Good morning, everybody. We're so glad to have you here this morning, and in addition to being here this morning. My name is Michiko Andrade, also known as Miko. I'm the executive principal for Bailey Andrade Consulting. I'm a public health administrator, a happy member of the HEFA Symposium Planning Committee. I'm honored today to serve as your MC. I'm also a new book author. I'm excited about that, so that's super exciting. And I'm the founder of an initiative called Harmony and Heritage Initiative, which is synchronizing the energy and efforts of American Cape Verdeans and Cape Verdean Americans. As a result, as you probably figured out, I am American Cape Verdean. So I want to acknowledge our sponsors, our board of directors. I want to acknowledge the planning committee, the volunteers, and for any and everyone who helped us make this event available to you today. And so it took months of planning. It took dedication to ensure that we work hard to deliver quality today. And we wanted to keep it in this space because it's intimate and it represents what the organization really stands for, community commitment. And so we're excited about that we have exceptional moderators, panelists, and that we have a dynamic keynote speaker who flew in on Delta. Let's give it up for the keynote speaker. So let me circle back around to the sponsors. And I'm gonna call them out, and I rely, okay, because this is very warm and engaging. It's formal/informal. So we have a team of people that work together. If I did not call anyone's name, it's very important that they're acknowledged if they sponsored us. You're more than welcome, my colleagues, to shout that out. Undiagnosed Diseases Network, UDN, Resilient Sisterhood Project, Innovative Learning Center, the Massachusetts League of Community Health Centers, the Latino Equity Fund, the Boston Foundation, Boston Healthcare for the Homeless, Neighborhood Health, Massachusetts Medical Society, Mangu, which is a restaurant that I just passed coming here, Bethel AME Church, First Family Photography, Whole Foods of Jamaica Plain, Roach Brothers, Shaw's Supermarket were our sponsors. Let's give it up for the sponsors. We're so glad about that. I was specifically given instructions to make sure I shout out to the planning committee because we got together every week and sometimes ad hoc to push toward quality. We're thinking about health equity today, but we also think about, as you think about health equity, you also come to my quality, right? Quality service. So we wanted to deliver and exemplify what we want to see in health spaces. So our dynamic planning committee is Joanne Suarez, who you'll hear from, our founder and executive director of Prospera Institute. Well, let's give her a preliminary. All right, now Joanne. Cole Gibson, who's not here today, but totally engaged and fully dedicated and did an awesome job. Aliana Montplaisir, okay, and Lily Marcelin, Vanessa Beltran, and the UDN team, and yours truly, myself. Is there anyone else from the planning committee that I did not mention? Okay, great. So before we dive into today's panel and discussions, I want to take a moment to remind us why we're here today, because health equity is not just a goal, right? It's a necessity. We hear the buzzword, health equity, and I was in the State House, earlier this year when we went to do the Advance for Health Equity bill. And it was a really important time. There were hundreds of us there, and there were hearings that were taking place, and people were engaged, and we had signs, and people were blowing the horn outside the State House, and there was this energy there. But oftentimes after you see these types of events and initiatives, the energy kind of dies down. So the importance of these types of symposiums and conferences and things of such are designed to keep the momentum up, to keep us encouraged, to keep breath in our very being so that we can deliver and keep pushing toward health equity. You can never have too much quality service, right? So we're grateful for that. Today, we're gonna hear from experts, community leaders, and innovators who are actively working to break down barriers. There are a lot of barriers that hinder progress in health equity. And I hope you leave here today, not just I, but we, our team, hope that you leave here today inspired, informed, and ready to take action in your own communities, whether it's in Massachusetts or New York, or anywhere. Just be ready to get something, 1, 2 thoughts to go forward and take action. To kick things off, I'd like to welcome our first segment of the day. But before doing that, I do want to acknowledge the Massachusetts Department of Public Health. There is our Deputy Director of Health Equity, Eduardo Netto. Could you just kind of raise your hand? And we'll hear a comment from you later. So thank you for representing good taxpayer dollar. You're showing up, you're letting us know it's worth getting them taxes taken out, that check, because you're here on a Saturday. So thank you. I understand I was at DPH for 2 decades of my life, and I know what it's like when you step over into the space to really show dedication to the work that's being done. So thank you, Eduardo, for coming on a Saturday. I want to end by saying Happy National Hispanic Heritage Month. We have to acknowledge National Hispanic Heritage Month. And of course, happy anniversary to the Latinx Bioethics Grassroots Coalition, which was the first branded and founding name of Prospera Institute. This year marks 5 years. Let's give it up. That's awesome. I'm sure there were many discouraging days and nights, but pressing forward. And so we'll hear later about the program through our founder and executive director, Joanne Suarez. But now, as we reflect on the theme of healing and trust, if you look at your program, it's important to think about the memory of those who came before us. And so who laid the foundation for the work that we're continuing today. Thus, you got up this Saturday morning and you're continuing that work. So please join me in welcoming our performers who will guide us through a powerful meditation and performance titled An Ode of Ancestors. And let this be a moment of reflection and grounding and connection for you. And I'll step out the way so we can embrace this time.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, so we're gonna start with doing a meditation, and then we'll open the floor for our wonderful musicians who are gonna lead us through another segment of this early wellness check-in with all ourselves. So as we get ready for our meditation, we're gonna call in the bell. And I want you to start by sitting comfortably in your chairs. Just be as comfortable as possible, with both your feet firmly on the ground. It's important to have our feet on the ground. This is our Mother Earth. And the bottom of our feet is our deep connection with this earth. This is how we ground ourselves. Grounding means creating this deep connection and protection from the most powerful of all, is our planet that we live in. Earth is here to help us, to help guide us, and to be the place where we enjoy our humanity and where we are here for service, to bring love and compassion to this world. So when you're comfortable, slowly close your eyes. If you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, that's okay. Just make sure that your eyes are gazing into one spot around you, so you are able to still listen and tune in with what feels good for you. With your eyes closed, we're gonna start by taking a deep breath in. Breathe in, fill your lungs and your chest with air. And as you're breathing in, slowly breathing out. With every breath, we bring life and vitality into our bodies and into our souls. And as we're here in this gathering, we have to remember to call in our ancestors from the other side, our mothers and grandmothers, our fathers and our grandfathers, and our family on the other side. Our ancestors are here to guide us, to bring us love, to teach us, and to show us the way when we feel lost or confused or just need a little push of strength and courage. With our ancestors, we also call upon the angels to bring their light and their healing energies to be surrounding us, to protect us, and to help us connect with the divine in a clear and amazing light energy to the heavens. Taking a deep breath in, deep breath out. And as you're comfortable in your chair, have your back as straight as you can. But again, listen to your body with what feels comfortable. Breathing in and breathing out. Remember to breathe. And breathe normally with what feels good for you. As you fill your chest with the air. And as we're sitting on our chairs, it's important to connect to our body and just to feel the presence of our material life. This body is how we connect to the world. It houses our souls, our hearts, and it's here for us. I want you to start feeling your body, the points of connection of your body with the chair, with the ground. And I want you to start by observing the thoughts. When you're connecting to your body, just observe the thoughts that are coming towards you. Just listening to what your body's telling you. Feeling every part of it. Feeling your feet, your legs, your buttocks area, your chest area, your shoulders. Relaxing your shoulders, releasing the stress, going towards your arms, your fingers, breathing in, breathing out, relaxing even more, feeling the energies in your neck, relaxing your neck, moving towards your head, relaxing your cheek muscles, in between your eyebrows. Relax your face, breathing in, breathing out. And in your mind's eye, I want you to repeat to yourself, I am present. I am present. I am present. This is you calling back your energy, connecting deeply to your body with this magnificent light. Breathing in, breathing out. And now we're going to call in the white light from the heavens. So imagine and visualize this beautiful beam of light that is coming from the heavens towards you. It's right above your crown area, which is above your head. That beam of white light is coming directly to you. This is going to create a connection that is direct between you and the divine, between you and the heavens. The white light feels comfortable, feels safe, and it's full of healing energies that are going to fully start to surround your body, to bring you the comfort and to release your stress and any thoughts that are self-limiting, that prevent you from living your best life, that prevent you from being happy, or brings you more into fear. There is no fear when we're connected to the divine in a clear and concise way. The light penetrates your head, slowly going down towards your neck, your shoulders, and more, the light penetrates every cell of your body. It feels warm, it feels loving, it feels inviting. Keep bringing in the white light more towards your chest, filling your chest with that white light to open your heart space, opening your heart even more to receive love and to give love, the powerful energy of the world. The light moves down slowly from your chest area to your buttocks area, moving even slower towards your legs. The white light brings you even more peace. Release anything to that white light. What doesn't serve you, let it be and release it. The white light is going to heal every part of you as it moves down to your feet. It fills your foot. So now as your feet are full of white light, you're going to visualize roots coming out from the bottom of your foot, digging deeper into Mother Earth. So imagine the soil, the strength of the earth, the strength of your roots. Feel your roots digging deeper and deeper into Mother Earth, going towards the heart of this earth. You are now fully grounded. You're now fully feeling safe, secure, loved, and protected. You have this deep connection with the mother, our womb energy, where we find our fertility, our creativity, the love, the compassion, and the connection to the divine. And now your whole being is full of white light from the heavens, deep down to the heart of Mother Earth. You have created the oneness energy between you, the divine, and the mother. With Father Sky and Mother Earth, the feminine and the masculine, in the deepest harmony and balance of all. And as you're feeling the white light around you with warmth and strength, keep releasing anything that stresses you. The angels are here to support you and to take away your fears and to put instead of it more love, compassion, and service to humanity. Breathing in, slowly breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. You are present, you are powerful, and you are divine. And slowly, as you're breathing in and out, feeling even more comfortable and relaxed and ready to bring your courage and your heart to the forefront of our day. Slowly opening your eyes, bringing back your presence into this moment, breathing in and out. And we're going to have another treat, the healing music that we have today.
Hola. ¿Me ayudas con la traducción? Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
Esta siguiente canción
This next song
es bien bonita, bien especial.
is very beautiful, it's special.
Y bueno, nosotros quisiéramos que nos acompañaran todos.
And we would like that you sing along with us.
Entonces, la dinámica es bien sencilla.
So it's just very simple.
Ustedes responden lo que yo cante, exactamente como yo lo cante.
You respond what Natalie will sing. You respond to what she sings. So basically, you sing the same.
Okay. Y el fin es que nos podamos conectar todos.
And the idea is that we all connect through the music.
Entonces, lo pueden hacer, si no se sienten bien, no lo pueden hacer, está bien.
You can do it if you want. You don't have to do it if you don't feel like doing it. It's okay.
Desde lejos oigo que canta enamorado. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Oh, canta, canta, canta. Oh, águila, 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 desde lejos oigo el canto enamorado de un pájaro, y ese pájaro es mi abuela que canta enamorada. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Oh, canta, canta, canta. Oh, canta, canta, canta. Águila, oh, águila, águila. Águila, muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Ok, por ahora nos despedimos con esta siguiente canción. Es muy linda.
Thank you, everyone. And we're gonna finish with this song.
Si quieren, nos pueden acompañar con las palmas luego durante la canción.
You can follow with your palms. Yeah, with your palms.
Si yo miro al fondo de tus ojos tiernos, se me borra el mundo, todo se pierde, se me chicos, gracias por todo.
And we got a little call and response in there to wake us up. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate your talents and your time. Uprooting Latino mistrust in the U.S. healthcare system, presentation and organizational updates of where we are. We're passing by our break. We're being mindful of your time, the fact that you took the time to come out today to be with us. We want to be respectful of that while we simultaneously enjoy each other. So next, we'll have a presentation by our founder and executive director, Joanne Suarez. She's going to talk about our theme, uprooting Latino mistrust in the U.S. healthcare systems. This session will focus on addressing the deep-rooted mistrust within the healthcare systems. Now, we know that that doesn't only apply to the Latinx community, but it applies to oftentimes stigmatized groups throughout the United States of America. So let this apply. You can be an advocate and an ally in the Latinx space, but also let this apply to you just for general advocacy for health equity in general. Please welcome, before I call her up, let me just say this before, I want to highlight a few things about the CEO and founder, Joanne Suarez. I'm going to just talk about the Boston Women's Fund. They're celebrating their 40 years of service. And 2 days ago, Joanne was selected and acknowledged as one of 40 liberation leaders and local change makers. Congratulations for that, Joanne. You know, sometimes as executive leaders, we can fall into the pit of being siloed within our own organizations and our own agenda, our own mission that we're responsible for. But as a leader, Joanne, she supports social impact changes outside of Prospera Institute. And she's leading the organization into a culture of giving back by involvement in other initiatives. And I'm just going to give you an example. She's the ethics associate for the Boston Children's Hospital Ethics Advisory Committee, and that is designed to support patients in receiving dignity of care. She's also she's on the Massachusetts Patient Insight Board, with a focus on implementing recommended policies and programs for population health, particularly in minority communities. How many of us agree that it's really important to have representation and a voice around the table? It's difficult for people to make decisions about you when they have not heard from you, so there needs to be some type of representation going on there. And she is on other local planning committees, and she does this to make sure that these organizations are getting the resources they need to fulfill their mission when it comes to health equity. So we appreciate that, and I do want to just let you get a little familiar with her. I will read her bio briefly, a short version, I should say. Joanne Suarez is a dedicated public health practitioner and ethicist, committed to advancing racial health equity for Latinx and historically marginalized communities. As the founder and executive director of Prospera Institute, the first minority-founded and led nonprofit centering Latinx populations in bioethics, Suarez has been at the forefront of this important work. For over 12 years, she has served Boston's most underserved communities, including East Boston, Dorchester, Mattapan, and Roxbury, addressing the harmful effects of systemic violence, oppression, and social inequality on racial health outcomes. Before transitioning to lead Prospera Institute in a fractional capacity, Suarez held leadership positions for various organizations, including the City of Boston's Community Engagement Cabinet, where she oversaw a $4 million budget in day-to-day operations across 4 major city departments. She also directed COVID-19 marketing and outreach campaigns for neighborhood health, and co-led the Grassroots Coalition advocating for reforms to the Massachusetts Crisis Standard of Care. A public health policy used a set of guidelines to determine who were eligible for ventilator during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2019, Suarez developed an ethical framework rooted in social justice that centers the ethno-cultural beliefs, values, and traditions that inform Latinx population health outcomes. The framework is the cornerstone to Prospera Institute's mission and her developing research. Ms. Suarez identifies as a Black Dominican, Boston native, and first generation. She earned a Master of Bioethics from Harvard Medical School and a Bachelor's in Counseling Psychology from Johnson & Wales University. She is currently a Master of Divinity. Whoa, you don't stop. She's currently a Master of Divinity candidate and Dean's Fellow at Boston University, where she is also the Vice President of the Association of Black Seminarians. We talked about representation, right? In closing, Suarez is actively involved in community service, serving as a community grant reviewer for local philanthropic entities, and the Taylor and Francis Journal for Health Equity Editorial Board, the Massachusetts Patient Advisory Committee, as I mentioned, the Boston Children's Hospital Ethics Advisory Committee, as I also mentioned, and finally, as a former capstone mentor with the Harvard Center for Bioethics. And I want to also add, as I take my seat and acquiesce the floor over to Joanne, is that she never forgets community. If you ever walked around in the community with her, you cannot stop her from engaging with community members. So no matter how many accomplishments that she's made and still making, she's still connecting with community, never forgetting where she came from. And that alone is worthy of a special applaud. Joanne, audience, Joanne, audience.
Wow, this is incredible. Thank you all for coming and waking up so early to be with us. This is a very special year for me, and if I ugly cry, please don't mind. 5 years ago, I envisioned this space. I envisioned everyone sitting in these seats when I started my research, because bioethics, people like me don't belong in bioethics, and bioethics has been a predominantly white space where we, after the pandemic, kind of woke up that more Black and brown voices are needed, and that our issues are the systemic issues that we should be really thinking about if we're gonna make a better nation for everyone. So it's very special for me to be here on this 5th year of the Latinx Bioethics Grassroots, and some of my co-conspirators are here, new and old friends. You guys are part of our journey, and I thank you so much for being here. Whew. I fell in love with the field of bioethics because it had so much potential to be inclusive of the ethical and moral issues that impact the least of these, including myself, the communities that I serve and love, and I hold dear and near to my heart. And that is why we are here today. Latinos are the fastest growing population in the United States. And while we have one of the longest life expectancies in the country, according to public health data, we are also significantly impacted by racial health inequities. No matter how much we contribute to this country, no matter how strong we make the economic fabric, it's just not in our favor. And the reason why I went into bioethics was because of that, because I saw that need. I was working in communities of color, predominantly with Latina women in the areas of substance use, domestic violence, homelessness. And I saw that no matter what we did, no matter how many services we connected the people to, it just wasn't enough. So when I began my research in 2019, I was trying to look at some of the root causes, and it pointed back to the cases that you'll see outlined here. And this is not at all representative of other cases that I found. I just wanted to give you guys an overview. And these cases really demonstrated how policy violence really facilitates for racism to get into our bodies and eat us both, deteriorate our bodies, but also outside of our homes. So then I created this ethical framework, more so for me, because it allowed me to analyze and imagine what health justice can be like. And I've been fortunate to share some of the outcomes with you guys. And the voices that are really doing the work of bioethics are not the voices in the ivory tower. It's the voices of the people that you will hear today. Community-based organizations may not have the language to understand what bioethics is, but without knowing it, they are doing the work of bioethics. When the system fails, they are the ones that step into the cracks and fill in. They are the ones that improve quality of life for people every single day. They are the ones helping that homeless person that needs a meal or needs a bed. They are the one helping the disabled person get access to a wheelchair. And we don't acknowledge that in bioethics because we are concerned with broader topics of donor procurement and these topics that are really distant from communities' palate. So in creating Prospera, one of our cornerstones is education, because we want to make sure that people understand that you don't have to be a fancy schmancy bioethicist to do this work. You're probably doing this work in your communities and in your homes, making moral decisions every single day without even realizing it. So I was gonna have this really lengthy presentation to give you guys an overview of all the cases, but for sake of time, we're gonna just go right into our first panel. And this first panel is very special to me because I worked in one of these organizations, the Family Van, who is one of our awardees today. The Family Van is one of those organizations that is going right into communities, bringing primary care level resources to people who are most in need. We're also gonna hear from a couple other folks that Emily is gonna introduce to us, and you guys are gonna hear about the wonderful work that they are doing. And what I want to ask from you is that as you're hearing what they're doing, you consider, where is ethics embedded in this work? How are we improving qualities of life? How are we deterring systemic barriers? And what is it that we need to do collectively to continue to push the ball forward? There's a lot of legislation on the Hill right now that if you are connected with legislators, call them and tell them the kind of change that you want. We are also, on our part, are also doing advocacy work. I have spent my whole life in a limbo of community health justice work. So everything that I've done, I'm pouring it into this organization because I believe that with the right tools, anybody can be an ethicist and anybody can create change. So without further ado, I'm going to transition and pass it over to Emily, our moderator, and call our panelists up here. Emily's also a Latina ethicist, so I'm so happy that you're able to be here. And I will be floating around, answering questions or anything throughout the break. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. My name is Emily Rodriguez. I'm a clinical research coordinator at Massachusetts General Hospital Department of Neurosurgery, and I'll be your moderator for this panel on social determinants of health, along with our wonderful panelists. There's full bios on the website of this conference, but for the sake of time, I'll just introduce people's names and their organizations. We have Dina Martinez from Family Van. We have Ingrid Palacios from New England Donor Services. We have Juliet Cabral from Casa de Artisanos, and Audrey Stephanie Maguiro from Undiagnosed Diseases Network.
Thank you so much. I'll stand. I feel so much more grounded when I'm standing, which, by the way, thank you for that meditation. That was so, so beautiful. It did my heart very, very good, so thank you. So the Family Van.
Is it possible to pull up your slides while people are still completing surveys?
Yes, well, that comes up. So the Family Van was founded in, we have been around for about 32 years. Let me just look at the slide here. Here we go. And that's what it looks like. So the Family Van. And as you can see, some of my information there. Yes, a mobile clinic was established in 1992 by Dr. Nancy Oriol. Perhaps you have heard of her. So we have been on the road for a very, very long time, over 3 decades. The Family Van has been designed with community for community. And what that means is that we really connect when we go into the communities. It is the community who actually has helped build our mission, right? Through feedback, surveys, word of mouth, emails, text messages, I mean, everything. So 3 decades, over 3 decades has been a long time for people to give enough feedback for the mission to get better and better, if not stronger. Led by culturally diverse, multilingual community health workers, and I am one of them. So we speak 4 languages at the family van. So we serve Haitian Creole, Espanol, English, and Portuguese. So that really, really connects people in that level of cultural understanding, right? Seeing someone from Central America, I'm originally from Honduras. So there's a lot of people that come to the family van from Nicaragua, El Salvador. So when you really connect in that cultural level, it does tremendous great things for the clients, people that come into the family van. Same when Gigi, someone that is also a community health worker at the van, speaks Creole for someone that, so it just, the impact that creates from stress levels go down as soon as we talk about café con pan, right? Or taking a nap in a hammock, things that are very cultural in Central and South America. We have 4 different stops, 2 in Roxbury, 1 in East Boston, and 1 in Dorchester. So we're really serving communities where challenges are very present. So we educate, we counsel, we assist community members in strengthening and protecting their body, minds, and communities by serving the neighborhoods with high rates of preventable diseases. So these are all things that are happening in these 4 different locations and even more. So apart from our locations, we also do events. We bring tables representing the family event in many, many areas around the Boston area. We empower individuals to prevent and learn to manage diseases through screening, counseling, and referrals. We also have volunteers that come to the family van, volunteers, students from medical universities and college. So we actually have students that were in the family van volunteering, now that they are doctors themselves. And they actually say, thank you for teaching us about community sensitivities, right? About humbleness. So they really go into their own practice as doctors with a beautiful blueprint from the family van. So that's very, very touching for us. So preventative health, screenings, and education, and that's the pink thing. So the family van, we do glucose, we do blood pressure and cholesterol, and among all of that, we refer people to many, many community health centers, to eye doctors, to dental health services as well. Wellness counseling, we do have a program we call Healthy Roads, which is PM Plus, Program Management Plus. And what that program does, it gets individualized by the client's needs, so one size does not fit all. From someone wanting to lower their glucose levels, or read more, or study the Bible, or it comes in many, many different ways that we can counsel, coach someone that is going through stress or challenges in their lives. So the Healthy Roads program is a very powerful part of the family van. We are community-based referrals and connections to care. As I mentioned before, we do refer people to other specialists, dental, eye, vision services, and community centers around East Boston, Roxbury, and Dorchester. The other thing that I would like to mention is that we provide these services, right? Because as I mentioned, in the primary language that the client is looking for. So that really creates an impact from reducing the stress level. So the program Healthy Roads is focused on mental and emotional health. And from immigration status, right, that creates a lot of challenges mentally, to housing challenges, food. The list goes on and on and on, what we see at the family event. So really cater to so much more than health screenings for the communities. So this past year alone, as you can see, there were over 2,100 screenings visits with clients at the family van. Almost 4,000 services, including blood pressure, which was 1999, 1821 blood sugar screenings, 154 cholesterol screenings, and over 80 referrals for employment, finances, health providers, food, housing, medication, and so much more. I actually have a story to tell you very briefly. One of the clients was doing Healthy Roads with me, and he didn't speak English. So he said, Dina, I would like to learn English. So we found him classes online, free classes. And then on the third session, he said, can we do our sessions in English? And he started communicating through emails in English as well. That for us is success, right? Even English classes, you wouldn't know how stressful this person was, this client, because he couldn't look for work, communicate, he was afraid to go to the doctors. Although we have interpreters in all these medical facilities, there's a feeling when you speak on your native language, there's a feeling that that is based on interpretation. So even if you have an interpreter, there's something missing there. So that was very impactful to see, and we have so many more stories at the family van that I would love to share with you. However, I want to be mindful with time. Thank you so very much.
So my name is Ingrid Palacios, multicultural outreach from Unit Donor Services. Very happy to be here today with you guys. I'm just gonna talk real quick. I have like 5 minutes to talk about organ donation. My organization is Unit Donor Services. It's the oldest organ procurement organization in the United States. We were founded in 1968, and we are assigned by the federal government to do the procurement of organs for transplant and research in all states of New England and the island of Bermuda. Our mission is to heal and save lives through organ and tissue donation. We cover about 200 hospitals and about 50 million people. I would say, sadly and proudly, I am kind of like the only Latina in multicultural outreach that covers all those states. So I do a lot of work, but very proudly and very from my heart. And it's needed, and it's such that's what I want to talk to you guys about, a little bit about the need. I have some slides about that, they're not coming up. So there are over 104,000 people in the waiting list in the United States waiting for an organ transplant. About 61% of that list are communities of color, multi-ethnic communities. And 23% of those are Latinos, are Hispanics. There's almost 24,000 people in the waiting list are Latinos that are waiting for an organ transplant. Mainly for kidneys. In that list, over 90,000 people are waiting for a kidney. And that is because Latinos, like African Americans, are 3 and 2 times more at risk to develop renal failure than non-whites. Also, I'm just trying to go in my head through my slides, I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. Next one. Woo. All right, so, and also Hispanics have much higher rates of high blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, and heart disease, which could increase the risk for us to need an organ transplant down the road. Every 8 minutes, a new patient is added to the waiting list. 16 people die, sadly, every day waiting for an organ they never received. And one organ, eye, and tissue donor can save and heal the lives of 75,000 people. Wow. Next, please. Who's waiting? The breakdown as ethnicity. I just, real quick, I'm not going to go through all these numbers, but you can see Hispanics is almost 24,000 people there waiting, just right behind African Americans with almost 29,000, and whites 40,000. Next. So there are some beliefs and misconceptions that are there all across all ethnicities and races. However, we will talk about a little bit more about the Latino ones that are kind of preventing for Latinos or stigmatizing the topic of donation for our Latino community. One of them, the most common one that I hear often is they believe that registered organ donors won't be safe if they end up at the hospital. I hear that all the time, even from my Uber drivers. Everyone, no, I would like to be a donor, but I won't register because if they see I'm a registered donor at the hospital, they will take my organs and they will save my life. And so that's, the main priority of the medical staff of the emergency team that will see you if anything will happen to you is to save your life. They won't know that you are a registered donor, and also, even if they would like to, even if there is some sort of conspiracy to take your organs, ER people are not trained to procure organs. And so, and only 2% of the people that die at the hospital die in the circumstances necessary to become an organ donor. Only 2%. So I tell people you can even be so lucky if you become an organ donor. It's really, really a unique opportunity. Concern over body disfigurement for a fear of mutilation and suffering. People, when we talk to a lot of families, sometimes it's this gruesome idea of dismember and body parts. And I have to admit that before I started working many years ago, that was also kind of my sense that this will be something, with body parts. Somebody mentioned something about being something Frankensteinish, and even call it like that. And then when you think about it, organs are internal, are inside our body. And so really when we get, or the donors get the organs recovered or procured, the doctors that operate on them are transplant surgeons, and they are surgically removed through one incision that goes very similar to the heart surgery incision, goes from here to the abdominal area, and through that one incision, 1 or 5 organs, whatever organs were recovered, come on. Concerns about religious acceptance of donation. Almost all mainstream religions in the world support organ donation, and if they don't have a strong stance about organ donation, leave it to the individual, but not in it. Families not understanding that donation takes place after death and that brain death is death. There's a lot of confusion when it comes to brain death and being in a coma. People think that from brain death, they might come out of brain death, and unfortunately, once the hospital, that's not something that our organization does. We work collaboratively with the hospital, but the ones that declare the death is the hospital, and they do really, really deep and exhaustive testing to determine brain death. So once someone is declared brain dead, a legal time of death is given. So that person is considered dead. Reluctance to plan for death. We Latinos are very superstitious, and we don't want to talk about it because, and especially like organ donation, I have, when I'm in the community, I have like our moms, a little bit of an older generation, when they see what is my booth about, they're like, Seversina, they did the sign of, oh my God, no, they don't want to talk about it. And so that is something that unfortunately is, we need to talk about it. We're all going to die at some point. And so it's something to make our wishes known. It's something that we should be discussing with our families. Suspicion there is a black market for organ sales. That is something very penalized in this country. As I say, organ donation is regulated by the federal government, and sometimes we come from our own countries. I do a lot of international forums with Latin America, and
that is a reality, unfortunately, in some of our countries. And so we come from our countries with that idea. Also, Hollywood doesn't help much, because even though there are some movies and there's some series that are a little bit more accurate, Grey's Anatomy and so on, not that much, so they have to put their, touch there, and that doesn't help. Perception of inequity in organ distribution and discrimination. That is something throughout the whole healthcare system that, unfortunately, is not a myth, is a reality. And just the perception sometimes it could go to rich and famous people will receive an organ before somebody poor will receive an organ. And that is not how that functions. It's a computerized system that's regulated by the federal government that goes to and takes into consideration many other factors other than being rich and famous. Religious beliefs were miracles that raised people from dead. Financial concerns. Some of the concerns are that donation will cost family money. And the reality is that for the organ procurement organization like ours, New England Donor Services, which covers Region 1, the region of New England, will be the one financially responsible to cover all costs of that donation process. So the donation doesn't cost the family a dime. Next, please. Some cultural and social barriers, and this also across other areas in healthcare, but specifically mistrust of medical profession, lack of understanding of the U.S. healthcare system. I've been in this country for almost 25 years. I worked with organ donation for going 14 years, and I still have lack of understanding of the U.S. Healthcare system as a patient. As a, when I have to navigate that myself, and it's very scary. It's very scary because I'm like, if this is me, and I go to hospitals every day, and I work with neurosurgeons, and I work with doctors, and I work with nurses every single day, what about the people that are just arriving to the country or don't have the language, or think their religion could be also something that could be preventing? It's a very complicated system, and it's soul crushing. Personally, I think so. Type of communication used with non-English speaking families in critical care context. I mean, that is something that the way somebody mentioned about interpreter. I think Tina, you did, and that is, one can be so lucky. You will think the hospitals, they have, of course, especially major hospitals have their very good interpreter services, departments that help and everything. Sometimes they are not available. They have the bad habit that now is much more regulated to have family members translating or doing the interpretation for families. So when you are losing someone, when someone is dying, that's in the context of organ donation, imagine having your little cousin or having someone explaining brain dead or explaining green prognosis. So sometimes that is the approach. Also, we Latinos are a collective group, and we kind of do everything in community. When we have patients, when there are patients in the hospitals that are passing and we're about to pass, everyone goes to the hospital. Church members, primos, tios, abuelos, people, even the dogs sometimes is there. And it's like 30 people and 40 people, and hospitals don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to handle it. They call security masks. And so that creates more and more distance, that creates more and more distrust. I have 2 minutes, so immigration status, lack of health insurance, lack of education, information regarding organ donation, lack of support system is something, some of the cultural and social barriers. Next. This is what my organization is doing to overcome these barriers, some of the things that we're doing, me, myself, and the group of my department and multicultural outreach, we develop culturally sensitive outreach programs in English and Spanish to educate and inform the community about the importance of organ donation. We partner with transplant centers and hospitals in our region to collaborate in effective patient initiatives to advance equity and access in transplantation for the Latino community. We increase access to donation information by facilitating more resources in Spanish from social media. We have a page, Donde Vida New England, it's completely in Spanish. I created that page, launched it, and I administered that page. We have the Spanish website, which also I did it manually by hand. Providing consistent education to healthcare professionals on best cultural practices to serve the Latino families in the hospital setting. Next. We also have been assigned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to manage and administer the Massachusetts Transplant Fund to assist Massachusetts residents with the uninsured cost of medically approved transplants and related expenses. We also have the Social Equity Steering Committee, which I'm also a founder member. Using technology to make more organs available for transplant, which benefits all communities, color and across, including Latinos, and provide after-care assistance Spanish-speaking donor families. That is just some of the things. This is a 5-minute thing. So next, I just wanted to show how can you register as an organ donor. You can register when you get your license at the DMV or when you're renewing your license. You can say yes to be an organ donor. You can register as early as 16 years old, or you can use, for people that have iPhones, you can use your iPhone to the health app in your iPhone to register in seconds. And next, just a quick slide on our contacts. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Nosotros hablaremos de el arte como refugio, empoderamiento de las comunidades latinas y salud mental.
We're going to talk about art. Can you hear me? No. Can you? Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's that? Hello, hello. You hear me? Well, this is room. Okay, so we're going to talk about art as a refuge, empowering Latino communities and mental health.
Quiero empezar contándoles que soy una paciente que sufro de depresión crónica, ansiedad, fibromialgia y desorden compulsivo obsesivo.
I want to start by telling you that I suffer from chronic depression, anxiety, fibromyalgia, and obsessive compulsive disorder.
Por favor, no se fijen solo en mi ropa. Gracias.
Please don't focus just on my outfit. Thank you.
Me gustaría compartir con ustedes algunas simples razones de por qué el acceso a terapia artística debería ser un derecho fundamental para todos.
I would like to share a few and simple reasons why access to art therapy should be a fundamental right for everyone.
El arte no solo es para los que tienen un título en Bellas Artes.
Art is not just for those with fine arts degree.
En nuestra iniciativa de Casa de Artesanos, cuando conocemos a alguien de nuestra comunidad, nos enfocamos especialmente en la escucha activa.
At our initiative, nonprofit Casa de Artesanos, when we meet someone in our community, we focus on actively listening to this person.
Escuchamos todos los días, yo no entiendo del sistema, yo no lo conozco, yo no lo entiendo.
Every day we hear phrases such as, I don't trust the system, I don't know it, I don't understand it.
Y nosotros decimos, oh, el sistema, este amigo invisible que no sabe nunca dónde vives.
So we think, oh, the system, that invisible friend who doesn't know where you live.
Muchas veces las personas llegan al borde de la implosión o la explosión.
Many times people come to us at the edge of implosion or explosion,
Y nuestro trabajo es entender de dónde vienen y qué les haría sentir un poco más cómodo.
and our job is to understand where they are coming from and what would make them feel most comfortable.
Esta es la clave para generar confianza. Realmente el juicio no hace parte de nuestros procesos.
This is the key to building trust. Judgment is not part of our process.
El arte es nuestro superpoder.
Art is our superpower.
No importa si hablas el mismo idioma o vienes de otro continente.
It doesn't matter if we don't speak the same language or you come from another continent.
En nuestros talleres no hay barreras idiomáticas.
In our workshops, there are no language barriers,
Solo personas que conectan a través del arte.
just people connecting through.
En la creación de la Cucha Páez,
In the creation of La Cucha Paez,
a la escultura que ustedes pueden ver a su derecha, a mi mano izquierda, in the corner,
the sculpture that you will be able to see at our left hand, your right hand in the corner right here.
en este proceso hablamos del feminicidio y del impacto del sistema patriarcal en la salud mental de las mujeres latinas.
With this piece of art, we talk about femicide or feminicide and the impact of the patriarchal system on the mental health of Latina women.
El arte es ese traductor que no necesita palabras.
Art is that translator or interpreter that doesn't need words.
El arte también tiene la capacidad mágica para sanar generaciones.
Art has also a magical ability to heal generations.
Yo vengo de una familia donde el sufrimiento era algo sagrado.
I come from a family where suffering was something sacred.
A través de las creaciones de mis piezas de arte,
Through my art pieces, the art pieces that I create,
he demostrado que he mostrado que la resistencia mediante el arte nos puede hacer seres libres.
I have shown that resistance through art makes us free beings.
Perder bebés no es un castigo divino. Y crear arte en su honor me dio el poder de ser madre y mujer, no solo un número más en el sistema.
Losing babies is not divine punishment. And creating art in their honor gave me the power to be a mother and a woman, not just another number in the system.
El arte también es una herramienta de resistencia desde siempre, ha sido.
Art has also been since ever a tool of resistance.
Por ejemplo, en Colombia, las protestas siempre están llenas de expresiones artísticas.
For example, in Colombia, protests and demonstrations are full of artistic expression.
Es como decirle al gobierno, estoy protestando y al menos mis carteles son lindos y dicen la verdad.
It's like saying to the government, yes, I am protesting, and at least my signs are pretty and they tell the truth.
El arte nos permite alzar la voz y sanar.
Art allows us to raise our voice and heal.
Así que cuando luchas y creas arte, sanas tan profundo que no necesitas solo.
art allows us to raise our voice and heal. So, when you fight and create art, you heal so deeply that you don't need solace.
Pero si te lo ofrecen, que sea en forma de arte.
But if they offer it to you, let it be in the form of art.
En resumen, el arte es vida.
In short, art is life.
El arte no solo es lo que plasmas en algo, es lo que ves, es lo que creas, es lo que construyes, es lo que piensas, es lo que narras.
Art is not just something you can draw or put on some surface or something. It is what you see, it is what you create, it is what you feel, it is what you think, and it is what you narrate.
Así que la tarea para el día de hoy y de hoy en adelante es dejar de pensar que cuando hablamos de arte nos referimos solo a Van Gogh, a la Mona Lisa, a Shakespeare.
So the task that remains for us from now on, always from today, is to stop thinking that when we talk about art, we are referring only to Van Gogh or the Mona Lisa or Shakespeare.
Mejor pensemos en los poemas que escriben en sus luchas diarias María, Ana o Juana.
Let's rather think about poems that people such as Maria or Ana or Juana write in their daily struggle.
El arte es mucho más que una expresión, es refugio, es conexión, es resiliencia.
Art is much more than expression. It is refuge, connection, and resilience.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
As Emily mentioned, my name is Audrey Stephanie, and I work with the Undiagnosed Diseases Network, specifically focusing on connecting underserved populations with rare and undiagnosed research, particularly the UDN study. And I also do bioethics research in this area as well. So today, I wanted to talk to you about the importance of this work, which I know many of you guys know, but especially for Latina individuals, and some of the unique challenges we face in addressing these needs. So first, one of the biggest things to acknowledge is identifying Latina underserved populations in research is not as straightforward as we think it is. Many of us know that the census and research specifically categorize race and ethnicity in a very flawed and often confusing way for participants. And we noticed this when we analyzed our data. When we analyzed our demographics, we noticed that many people who identified as Latina or Hispanic would put other in the race category because it wasn't optimized for them to understand or it didn't adequately explain how they identify, which is huge. And so that was one of the biggest things that we did an audit in, and particularly understanding that we couldn't necessarily change it because it's kind of tied to the NIH, we set out to actually explain what we were looking for when we asked, what is your race or what is your ethnicity? Latina individuals are a diverse group that spans the entire world, and they have a wide range of backgrounds, making it very difficult to neatly categorize them in our traditional racial categories, but also categorize them in how we aid and work with them, right? So this points to a larger issue of how we approach inclusion in research, particularly within rare and undiagnosed research for Latina individuals. So I'm gonna focus mostly on genetics research, though that's not necessarily the gamut of what an undiagnosed or rare disease is, but we've noticed that 80% of rare and undiagnosed diseases have some sort of genetic origin, right? And so that's particularly why I will focus on that today. So the need for diversity in genomic research has been discussed for years. It's something that I think many people are tired of hearing, but it's the reality, right? So in 2016, a paper by Pope, Joy, and Fullerton highlighted the abysmal levels of non-European ancestries represented in genetic research, right? You would think by 2016, that's what, 8 years ago, Fast forward to 2021, though, and unfortunately, not much has changed. Today, 86.3% of participants in genome-wide association studies are of European descent. And when you look at the actual data, only 0.08% identify as Hispanic or Latino, which is crazy. That's less than 1%. So this lack of representation is problematic, but it's problematic specifically within genomic research for many reasons. So first, it hampers the ability for genomic medicine to benefit diverse populations, right? Without diverse data sets, treatments and interventions will be less effective and unavailable for non-European populations, including Latina individuals. Second, it limits the advancement of genetics-related industries such as pharmaceutical companies and genetic sequencing, right? So what does this all mean for the underrepresentation for Latina communities in rare and undiagnosed research? In practice, this means that the rare diseases that may be more prevalent in certain Latina subgroups are less likely to be studied. This also means that undiagnosed conditions that disproportionately affect Latina populations also remain largely unknown or misunderstood. So without adequate representation in our studies, it's harder to identify genetic variants that could explain symptoms or lead to treatments of these populations. And so one specific example is the variant of unknown significance. That's something that we learned about or gets tossed around in the genetics research and community. And this is a genetic finding whose impact on health is unclear. And what we've noticed, research has shown us, is that, within underserved populations and groups, VUSs tend to be higher than in European populations. I wonder why, right? And so without a diverse genetic pool to compare these variants will often remain mysterious, unstudied, and unlikely to become a diagnosis, leaving these patients without answers, and more critically, actually, without treatment options. So how do we fix this, right? Increasingly, many grants and research projects are making calls to include more diverse participants through community engagement. In fact, it's become much of a buzzword, community engagement. However, these calls are often, and this is my bias coming out, these calls can often be a little bit tone deaf because many times the timelines don't take into account the historical mistrust that many minoritized communities have towards medical research. And so with the UDN, what we have actively tried to engage with is more so the form of community-based participatory research, or CBPR for short. And this offers a promising way forward. So CBPR, which is actually rooted in social justice movements in Latin America, emphasizes the need for communities to lead the research efforts while researchers offer support, right? So this is crucial for rebuilding trust in communities that have been historically exploited, right? Joe has graciously created this little poster, but two of the biggest ones that I'll name that, again, have some sort of genetic undertone to it is the syphilis trials in Guatemala. Many people will focus on the syphilis trials that actually happened in Tuskegee. Many people don't know that the same scientist who performed those trials is actually the person and the head of the person who conducted the trials in Guatemala, and it was actually even more unethical. Can you imagine? He actively created the study in which he purposely infected 5,000 unconsenting individuals with the bacteria to study the length, right? That is, in my mind, crazy. And I thought it couldn't get worse from Tuskegee, but it did. Another one is just World War II, right? When studying mustard gas as a potential bioweapon, it was tested on Black and Puerto Ricanos and their bodies, and the soldiers in World War II to test the impact of what that would look like. So many people, I mean, certainly not exhaustive, but those, again, have some sort of genetic undertone to why these tests were performed and the unethical ways that many people, when they hear genetic testing or genetic studies, they kind of turn the other way, right? So given this history, it's understandable that Latina communities may be hesitant when approached by researchers, especially in a field like genetics, which has its own troubled past and often ties with eugenics. But despite all of this, the inclusion of Latina individuals in genetic research is critical, right? Without it, diseases that are affecting the community remain understudied, and solutions will continue to be elusive. Genetic diversity in our studies means more accurate diagnoses, better treatments, and ultimately, fewer undiagnosed conditions. It's not just about fairness, it's about advancing the entire field of genomic medicine for the benefit of everyone. So in closing, I think bridging the gap between underserved populations, especially Latina communities, and rare and undiagnosed disease research is more than just a moral or ethical imperative, right? It's a scientific necessity. By engaging with these communities in ways that honor their experiences and histories, we can foster trust and make real strides in the discovery and treatment of rare diseases. And only then can we ensure that genetic medicine benefits everyone and not just a select few. Thank you.
Now that everybody's spoken, I can talk about. I have a few questions prepared and things that I thought about while you were all speaking. But does anybody in the audience have questions that they want to ask of any of the panelists? Yeah, what I'm hearing from basically everyone is that there's a combination here of way not enough and way too much. Like, there's a difficulty with the Latino community getting the resources they need. And there's mistrust that's based in like misinformation or a misunderstanding of how the system works. And at the same time, it's the history that exists with like the medical establishment and pharmaceutical companies, et cetera, is very real. And when people say I'm afraid of going into a hospital because my physician might like treat me in a way that's racist, for example, they're not making that up. That's real. So I'm wondering how you kind of navigate those two at the same time, because it just seems as you mentioned before, like even being familiar with the healthcare system, it's very confusing. So either yourself as a Latino or the community, when you have a conversation with someone, how do you kind of pick apart, like, this is valid and this is a very real concern that's based in a real history, and if you're in the ER, they're not going to not save you because the person in the next room needs an organ. Does anybody have kind of like thoughts on how that conversation goes? Yeah.
Gracias. Pienso que el sistema es muy diferente a lo que las personas viven cada uno en sus países.
I think the system here is very different from what people live every day in their country, back in their countries.
Entonces, nosotros consideramos que la educación es base fundamental para poder enseñar.
So we think that education is fundamental to be able to teach
cómo navegar el sistema y cuáles son las políticas y las normas y los recursos que tenemos en este territorio.
To teach to teach our people how to navigate the system and how to teach them
Cómo navegar el sistema, los recursos.
the resources they have.
Entonces, al poder enseñar estas herramientas, la persona va a poder ser autosuficiente dentro de este espacio.
So by acquiring these tools, people can be self-sufficient in this system.
Es entendible que estos procesos son complicados para la comunidad porque existen barreras.
It's understandable that these processes are complicated for people because there are barriers to access to healthcare.
Por esa razón nosotros usamos el arte
That's why we use art
para conectar con las emociones y los casos y las historias particulares. Cuando escuchamos y entendemos,
to connect with everyone's histories and stories and experiences. So when we listen to them,
podemos saber a dónde dirigirlos.
we can know where to refer them, where to send them.
Y pienso que nuestra labor como líderes o médicos o representantes del sistema
And our duty as leaders or representatives of the system and professionals,
debemos ser muy conscientes de la responsabilidad de transmitir la información correcta.
we need to be very much aware of the need to transmit the right information, correct information,
Para que la gente no navegue en forma circular y colapse y no quiera saber del sistema más.
so that people are not just running in circles and collapse because they don't understand the system. Yeah.
I know, Dina, with your work with Family Van, how do you maintain those connections to community when you're moving around?
So the way that we keep our connections with the community in different locations is through email. So we have, access to the client's information, which is all confidential. And so we either do the telehealth calls just to check in, Rosa, how are you today? Or, we connect in such a deep level from the dog's name to the cat to the grandmother and a new baby, so that there's really that deep connection to all the clients. So through phone calls, emails, some people do share their email addresses with us, and some people are just regulars. They come to the Family Van every week. So that is an existence, right? That connection, that continuation.
And so our next panel, as they are approaching, La Cultura Cura, Paths to Holistic Healing Through Arts and Culture. The panel sponsor for this is Innovation Learning Center, so let's just acknowledge them as they come forward. This panel will be led by Laura Reyes from the Boston Foundation, and we're going to turn the floor over to her. Thank you, Laura, and panelists.
I would love to introduce this panel, Arts, Health, and Culture, La Cultura Cura, Culture Cures, Paths to Holistic Healing Through Arts and Culture. I encourage you all to go onto the website and read the panelist bios. I'm also going to move over, because, yeah, I know. I encourage you to go on the website and read all of our panelist bios. These are all absolutely amazing human beings doing really great work in healthcare and arts and culture, specifically for Latinx, Latin communities, and the diaspora across Boston. So I'm gonna quickly read through the panel description, and then we're gonna get started with our first presentation. Throughout history, communities of color have utilized artistic expression as a powerful tool for healing, connection, and social justice. This panel explores the intersection of arts, health, and culture, recognizing the profound impact artistic practices have on mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual well-being. By leveraging the power of storytelling, music, movement, and visual arts, healthcare providers, activists, and community-based programs are creating innovative therapeutic modalities. These approaches not only uplift the values and traditions of Latino and other cultural communities, but also provide culturally sensitive pathways for collective healing and improved racial health outcomes. Our panelists today are Caitlin Hebb of MedRhythms, Rafael Perez Medina from IBA, and Nancy Slemett and Liliana Obando from Neighborhood Health Eastie Coalition and EB Healing Center Project. So first to present today, we have Caitlin.
Okay, yeah, this one is good. All right, hello. Yes, I'm Caitlin Hebb. Thank you for having me. I'm representing MedRhythms, but specifically MedRhythms Therapy, and we are a neurologic music therapy practice that's based out of Boston, but we actually recently have spread to New York and New Jersey as well. So any musicians, I know that they're musicians in the room. By the way, beautiful music. I walked in and I was like, it hit me like a wave. It was beautiful. So other musicians? Hiding musicians? People are actually, but they're not admitting it? Maybe. Singers? I don't believe you. Okay, well, I'm a musician, but I'm a music therapist. More specifically, I'm a neurologic music therapist. We are a private practice of music therapists, and to give you a little bit of history behind MedRhythms and why we exist because we are implementing the use of music for a wide variety of neurologic injury and disease. More specifically, our focus is neuro rehab, but there are other therapists that work with other populations. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the science of using music, what that looks like when you apply it for something or for someone who might have had a stroke, a brain injury, a neurodegenerative disease, just to give you an idea of really hopefully the power of music, and in a way that we already know that music and how we use it in our families and in our community, that it holds power in how we relate to one another, but it also has the ability to help people who are recovering from something that is really traumatic, like a brain injury. So we can go to the next slide. So why are we using music in a more neuro rehab lens? You might have people heard of music therapy before? Yes, awesome. It's not every day you go, people say yes to that, so that's great. But music therapy as a field largely actually started in a more social science model where they were looking at the relationship of the person to music, and then also with the therapist as well. Around the 1990s, it shifted, and we started to actually see, okay, well, where is music being processed in the brain? And then further, how do we understand music and how it impacts non-musical behaviors? So if you think dancing, yes, and how music impacts movement, communication, some people, or it's believed or thought that music actually existed before language of communication. It was a way to communicate. And then further, when we think about music and how it's deeply embedded with emotions and this saliency, right, and how that might impact our memory, right? We might all have a song that when it comes on, you think, this was our first dance song, or this reminds me of that one particular moment, right? So it has this, what they found in the research was that it had this widespread activation of our brain. It can recruit from multiple areas, and there's not really a stimulus on earth that exists that does the same like music. And then the second thing they found was that, for all of you hiding musicians that are not telling me the truth, that through a lot of repetition and practice, you've actually changed your brain, right? This experience-dependent plasticity, the way that we can teach our brain and change our brain when you engage in a music task. So all of that's really cool, and I could probably spend way more than 5 minutes talking about that, but the idea is how then do we harness the use of music and use that science to support impacting someone's life, again, who's experienced something like a stroke. So we can go to the next slide. So that's why neurologic music therapy came to be. That is what I do on a daily basis. So I predominantly work in home telehealth, but also at Spalding Rehab, which is where we have clinicians, as well as at Burke Rehab in White Plains, New York, and also JFK Johnson in New Jersey. So we do inpatient, outpatient, in-home, and telehealth care. And it's using aspects of music like rhythm for movement, like singing for language, and familiar music for memory and recall. And it's using those aspects for non-musical behaviors. So I'm gonna actually show a couple of videos if that's okay, because I want you to see what this looks like, because I think the work speaks for itself. So the first video, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so can you click on it? Will that work? Okay. So the first video, well, I'll talk while hopefully that works, is the idea of using a rhythm. So if I played a beat, right? I wish I had that drum. They took it away from me. But if I was to play a beat, the idea would be that you could likely do it with me. Shall we try? Okay, I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna clap. Wow, so good. All right, I wasn't getting an applause, just for getting an applause for myself. But the idea, that was so quick, that took less than a second for someone to say, I've got it, right? I've got that beat. And we call that auditory motor entrainment. Oh, thank you. Well, now I don't need the drum. But the auditory motor entrainment. So the idea is that you have this auditory stimulus that creates a motor response, and the neurons are firing in synchrony. So how do we use that for something like walking, which is naturally rhythmic, right, when we think about walking? And so first and foremost, so this is called rhythmic auditory stimulation. I may or may not be able to show you what it looks like. Question mark? Looking at you, Cole. No. Maybe? Okay, fingers crossed. But the idea is you're playing a beat and you're gonna ask someone to walk to that beat. Some of the goals for individuals who have experienced a stroke, you might notice that they have difficulties with one side of their body, or it could be both. It could be balance, strength, coordination, symmetry, etc. And what we're gonna do as clinicians is meet the patient where they're at, first and foremost, and find out where they're walking. And then from there, we're actually going to give them a beat to walk to hopefully change their walking. And so I say this and to show you examples, but hopefully the idea, and we'll get into some of the questions I think later, is that this can be applied in almost 97% of the population has the ability to entrain to a rhythmic stimulus. In fact, we find that it's super easy. It happens below conscious learning. So you didn't actually need to think about it. It just, our brain knows, it loves patterns. Make No? Sad face. Okay, well, I won't get to show you what that looks like, but if you are interested, for sake of these videos are widely available on our website, so please watch them if you're curious of what it actually looks like. But do I have a guitar? Because I could do something with a guitar. Is the guitar still around? Yes? Because I saw a guitar. Can I play your guitar, whoever guitar this is? Yeah, okay. All right.
So here it's closer.
Okay. Okay, so. Oh, we're amplified. Yeah. Okay, I'll sit here. We're gonna improvise like all musicians do, right? Okay, so the other way we think about using music, or using, in my practice that we use it, is actually to access language. And so for people, this is really impactful if you work with people who have lost language previously. We all know that being able to advocate for yourself and communicate is critical in the health system, and people who have what's called aphasia, unfortunately, the loss of language due to a stroke, that's been taken away from them. So now other people are speaking for them. So one of the things that we do in our practice, which again, if you're interested, is in this video here, is working with people to get their language and communication back. And what we know, again, through that widespread activation, is that music can retrieve language even if the language areas of our brain have been impacted by recruiting from the other side of our brain. So what this looks like, I'm going to show you. If I was to do, let's do a very common song for that people might know is "You Are My Sunshine, My Only Sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away." That's it. You all know this. So if I was to say, "Please don't take my sunshine away," your brains would say, "Wait, there's a pattern. It has to finish, and it's away." And so what we can do with people is we can say, okay, we can use that to access the automatics of language, but then further, we also do things like, "My name is Caitlin." And we find that people who can't say, "My name is Caitlin," or whatever their name is, they can still sing it. And so if we can do that and create that environment enough, we can retrain the brain to actually help them communicate. For things that might just be as simple as introducing yourself, but again, the power of being able to introduce yourself when you haven't or when you've lost it is pretty big. So that's all I brought today to show you the impact of music, what it can have. Thank you for having me, and I'll pass it over.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. I can't believe she just said that's all I have, like she didn't have the entire symposium singing along with her. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Rafael from IBA.
Thank you so much. Do I need to speak in Spanish as well? I can translate. We're good with English only? Español también? Ah, perfecto. Okay. All right. So I will do both. Okay. So good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here on this Saturday. My name is Rafael, and I've been at this organization that it's a community development corporation founded by Puerto Ricans. 12 years I've been in this organization. So my role has been, I had different roles, but currently I oversee all the programs, and you will see that EVA as a community development corporation indirectly has been tackling for more than 50 years different social indicators that will that foster community building, that foster health, that promote development in a positive way. Next slide, please. So it was founded in 1968, and the trigger was displacement and society across the history. When they are displaced, automatically, that is a deep stress that we carry, and we can transfer that through generations. So in this case, the community decided to get together. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to go back to Spanish, I'm sorry. Let me finish now my thought, and we'll go back to Spanish, discúlpame. And decided to do a difference. Most of them, they were already displaced by different reasons from Puerto Rico. So they decided to call Boston home, and now they were going to be displaced again. And at that time, they already knew that the West End, where is the garden where the Celtics play, they already knew that that community also were displaced, and they say like, we're not going to do this. So it was also a huge, it was a community effort, also motivated by the African Americans as well in Roxbury. So this was a very big moment in Boston and very important as well. So yo llevo 12 años en la organización Inquilinos Boricuas en Acción. Es una organización de desarrollo comunitario creada en el 1968 por la comunidad puertorriqueña, que prácticamente la comunidad va a ser desplazada. Era una comunidad de clase trabajadora, que en aquel momento, por distintas razones, habían sido desplazados de Puerto Rico, vienen a Boston en busca de mejores oportunidades socioeconómicas, y ahora se encuentran con una situación similar. Y esta vez dijeron, bueno, ya esta es nuestra casa, aquí nos quedamos. Y deciden entonces crear la organización IVA, que es Inquilinos Boricuas en Acción, la cual desarrolla vivienda asequible y también crea programación. Hoy día, pues, mi rol en la organización es supervisar esos programas. So, EVA today celebrates its cultural diverse community, and we will see the breakdown of the numbers. We have close to 1,200 individuals that live in Villa Victoria. So EVA preserves and develops affordable housing. And through our programming, we're able to tackle all of those social indicators that will promote a healthy living. So in 2023, EVA served more than close to 1,100 across direct services programming. EVA provides services to a diverse population. Like I mentioned, we have almost half, it's 50% son Latino, Latinx, close to 30% Asian, most of them from China. And we have 16% are Black and African Americans. We have representations from Black from the Caribbean, also from Africa, and from the United States. Tenemos una población bastante diversa, de 50% son latinos, tenemos un 30% que son asiáticos y 16% que son negros afroamericanos, que vienen de África y también del Caribe. We're here to talk about the arts specifically. Estamos aquí para hablar específicamente de arte. EVA tiene 5 programas. EVA has 5 programs. We have early education program, we have youth development, we have resident services, we have financial empowerment, and the arts. So when you see EVA, it's almost like 5 nonprofits within one. So EVA tiene 5 programas. Tenemos educación temprana, desarrollo de jóvenes, empoderamiento financiero, servicios a residentes y el programa de arte. Estamos aquí para hablar de arte y subrayar un poco cómo el arte crea comunidad. So the arts promotes and celebrates the diversity of the Latino culture. Through all the year, we have different programs to build community and create a safe space for everyone. And that right of the gate creates an environment that people get connected, that people can celebrate the culture, and it's safe. The next one, please. Can we put that video? That is our Festival Betances. It's a 51 years old festival, and this one was from this past summer. Hopefully, we can put the video. It's a short clip. Is that PowerPoint? Oh, okay. Well, so it's in YouTube. It's on YouTube, so. Do you want the guitar? I wish I could play guitar. Yeah, it's fine. So right now we're in construction to our new space. Estamos en construcción de nuestro nuevo espacio. Se llama La Casa, which I will explain what the casa is, but it's home. In English, it's home. Nuestro nuevo espacio que se está en construcción ahora se llama La Casa. Ahí vamos a tener toda nuestra programación y vamos a también tener un performance center. So Casa, it's Centers for Arts, Self-Determination, and Activism. Okay, so that's going to be our new home. That space, interesting, it was a Lutheran church built in 1898. We put a lot of money to save it. And we realized after a big amount of money that unfortunately we could not save the space. So now, and in honor of everything that space provided to us since the 80s, we're building Casa. And it's going to be a space for everyone. It's a beautiful design. It should be up and running by 2026 if we don't have any delay in the constructions. But feel free to please stop by at any moment. It's in 100 West Daytime in the south end. And you will see how the construction is going. We were pretty active in social media, so Instagram, Facebook. And you can see how things, you can see more about our programming and how the construction is evolving. Next, please. I think that's it. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. And our last panelist to present is going to be Nancy.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, my colleague Liliana is sick. It's flu season, so this morning at 7 I had to think about all the wonderful things she was going to say. Sí, buenos días. Estoy muy feliz de estar aquí. Liliana está enferma con gripe, entonces desafortunadamente yo tuve que planear mi presentación sin ella esta mañana. So if you could please put up our first slide. Yes, it's the Eastie Coalition. Yes, thank you. So today I'm here with one hat, well actually two hats on, but for this presentation I'm here in my capacity as the director of a substance misuse coalition based in East Boston called the Eastie Coalition, and Eastie is sort of the nickname of East Boston. And so I just want to thank again our performers, so Valeria, Alejandro, who performed for you today. They are two young leaders in our program who are, as you can tell, engaged in the arts as a way of promoting our prevention efforts and also to build resilience and overall well-being at the individual, family, and community levels. So what I wanted just to say briefly is a little bit about the context of what is happening in East Boston. So we are a multicultural community, but about 60% of the community is Latinx. And unfortunately, while substance misuse among young people, vaping of marijuana, nicotine, alcohol use, as well as opioid use in the adult population is flatlining in other populations, the white population in particular, in the Latinx community, it is going up. And that's mainly due to a variety of factors, many of which have been mentioned by our previous panel and this panel here. You know, there are many social injustices that continue to act on the lives of our Latinx community members, and that causes a lot of stress, anxiety. There's trauma also from their journeys here, in many cases, to the United States that have been unaddressed. And so this results in young people and adults turning to substances to manage those symptoms. So they're self-medicating, essentially. And we as a coalition, we're a cross-sectoral coalition. So I work for the local community health center, which used to be called the East Boston Neighborhood Health Center. It is now Neighbor Health. So we work in collaboration with organizations and individuals throughout East Boston. It's a cross-sectoral coalition to address this challenge, because no one person, no one organization can do this on our own. And of course, young people, the leadership of young people and families is key to our efforts. Actually, not having the slides will make things easier for me. I can say less. Anyhow, but one very important and relatively new component of our work is the engagement of culture and the arts as prevention. And so as you saw today, we have a local artist, Nathalie Valencia, who has been leading a number of programs with our young people. There's Nathalie. Hola, Nathalie. Gracias otra vez. And my colleague Sara is also here, who oversees the youth program. And so what we are essentially doing as a coalition is ensuring that our work is not only involving the Latinx community, but is also led by and designed by and grounded in the Latinx community. And so that started with my saying, okay, I may speak Spanish, but I'm not Latinx myself. So the entire staff, with the exception of me, and that's why I didn't want to present alone today, is Latine. But I am here to speak on behalf of the amazing work that my colleagues have done. So no slides. It's okay. We don't need the slides. We had Natalie and Valeria and Alejandro here to show you a little bit of what we're doing. So music is one component, of course, of our program. And we are not only using music for the young people as a way of helping them connect with music that is connected to their traditions, but also to share that music in the community. So one aspect of the work is a civic engagement and community change project that the youth are leading to transform a park in East Boston called Central Square Park that is a hub in the community, but it's also a place where a lot of our residents who are struggling with addiction also spend a lot of their time and are actively using substances. So the young people want to provide support along with the coalition for those neighbors, but also to make the space a more welcoming and friendly and inclusive space for all. So Natalie and the youth have been offering concerts every week in that park. And we can see, yes. And so please come and join us Wednesdays, right? Wednesdays from 3 to 6. It's also the East Boston Farmers Market, so you can also get fresh veggies, and also it's a community resource hub, so for community members it's a place where they can learn about housing supports, social services, and other programs in the community. They have also gone on the road, not only here, but there are public housing projects in East Boston that are struggling with not only substance use, but also gang activity and violence. And so some of our young people are from these communities and have arranged for us to perform there. And it's just been so beautiful to see how communities that normally don't use the space in their neighborhoods to come together are drawn out by the music. Yeah. We also have drumming circles for the young people that Natalie facilitates, and also another community member who is also a cacique in the Taino Caribbean tradition. So he's Puerto Rican, but very much connected to his indigenous roots. So we're also connecting our young people with not only their Hispanic heritage, but also their indigenous heritage. And those circles are meant as a way for young people to learn how to drum, but also to use the drum as a way of expressing feelings. Apparently for the young women that are part of the circle, it's where they get out their anger. They said, we can hit the drum instead of someone, so that's good. And for the young men, they've told us that being in that drumming circle, which is also a talking circle, gives them a safe space to talk about feelings and experiences that they're having in their lives that they may not otherwise talk about. So it's been a very good outlet for both groups. And finally, we also have a program that's intergenerational that uses knitting. So unfortunately, I'm neither a musician or a knitter, so I can't demonstrate either of these things, but we have a colleague who knits, which in Colombia is a traditional way of creating arts and crafts. And also, as Liliana, my colleague who's not here to speak today, would say, is also a way of dealing with stress. So she said she would see her aunts and her grandmother knitting after having an argument or a long day with their husbands. So anyway, yeah, so we're also offering knitting to the community as a way of reconnecting with their cultural practices and traditions, and also learning a stress management and resiliency skill. So I think I'll just leave it at that. And just thank everybody for their attention and their presence here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nancy. Didn't I tell you that they were all fantastic, right? Before we get into the questions that I have on this beautiful printed sheet of paper, does anybody have any questions in the audience for the panel? Yeah. Oh, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. That one doesn't work. I'm just going to repeat the question into the microphone for those who might not have heard it. This individual asked if there's anything that anybody on the panel would like to see from their communities or from those engaged in their programming to help advance, the topics that we're talking about today, to help with the social issues or the, the connection, things like that.
I tend to, at MedRhythms, unfortunately, we are a out-of-pocket cost because a lot of insurance companies won't reimburse for music therapy services. So I think a big mission of ours, especially this year, and with the addition of telehealth, right, to be able to have access to a provider, to be able to have access to this service, we've been trying to push on the very large elephant, to move that in regards to access to this. I think music is accessible. That's one really positive thing, is that it's in your world. You can use it in your life, but to have an experienced clinician, not everyone has the same resources to be able to do that. So a big push of ours and urge would be to encourage those to advocate. We actually had one successful individual who did get reimbursed by insurance, and so we're trying to find a roadmap, but they have to advocate for themselves. So we're happy to help support that process as best as we can. But the more that we can get insurance reimbursement, the more people have this, and the better we can provide it. So.
Yes, I just want to build on what Caitlin has said, and I think for us, understanding, as Juliette from the previous panel said, arts as an integral part of well-being, would be, I think, a real game changer, not only for, obviously, insurance companies recognizing the benefits of the arts in people's wellness and healing, but just as a society for us to really value the arts. And so later, right, we'll be talking about an initiative that has started in Massachusetts already a few years ago called Arts on Prescription. And it's a movement that is growing. So in other parts of the world, there already is a recognition that arts and culture are a fundamental part of people's well-being. And so health providers actually prescribe music lessons or cultural activities or gatherings, any number of activities that are connected to the arts and culture. And it doesn't have to be even a therapeutic setting. Just what we do, for instance, in the community is also recognized as having great benefits for mental and physical and emotional health. So we would love to see this grow here and across the country. So please, we'll support this initiative. And we do want, the big ask is for public health insurance to pay for these types of programs, because already there are some private insurance companies, right, that recognize, because they want to reduce their costs, right? They recognize the benefits of these programs, but Mass Health, Medicare, Medicaid still doesn't reimburse for arts programming. So let's push for that.
From a community development standpoint, I would say that the biggest challenge for us, or what we would like to see more for the community, is the engagement. I would say that we do put a lot of resources in outreach, but there's always things that we can do better. Programs exist for a reason, but at the same time, we need to validate that people are coming in order to keep the funding, in order to keep evolving. So sometimes if the individuals doesn't engage into what we have to offer, it's very hard to explain. So that is also very important. It's something that we are always present, and it's always a challenge because you can have social media, you can have email, you can have phone calls, but at the end, what we realize in our community that our portfolio, it's not scattered. It's Parcel 9 in Villa Victoria, is the door knocking, is the engagement, is building that trust. It's time consuming, but it's worth it, and it really makes a huge difference. But so that question always is there.
Thank you so much, everybody. I keep getting the lunch whistles, so I think it's time to wrap up. But before we do, I just want to thank you guys for being here. As an artist myself, I'll recognize I'm a bassoonist, but also, as somebody working in arts advocacy, arts are an integral human right, and it helps connect everything that we do, everything that we learn, how we operate, how we act, especially when we think about things like social justice, resiliency, advocacy, and connecting across generations, which I can say, that's super important to Latin communities, right? And not just our culture, but a lot of cultures that are represented in Greater Boston. So I think if there's one takeaway or call to action from our panel and the panel before, advocate, support your community, support the arts organizations that are doing this work, and try to heal yourself as best as you can and use art to do it too. So thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ben Weber. I'm the City Councilor for District 6. I represent the back of Mission Hill, all of Jamaica Plain, and West Roxbury. So aprendí un poco español porque soy un abogado y mi primer trabajo como un abogado fue representando trabajadores agrícolas en el sur de los Estados Unidos con reclamos de sueldo. Pero mi español no es muy fuerte. Necesito practicar más. But as a city councilor, one of the first things I got a chance to work on was the Edgar P. Benjamin facility here in Mission Hill, which the CEO increased his salary from $100,000 to $600,000, and then said this facility can no longer function and can't be here. And this is a facility that was started in 1927 by Edgar P. Benjamin to provide healthcare services to communities of color in Boston. We were able to come in, get the state to appoint a receiver, remove that CEO, and the facility is now still thriving. They're expecting it to celebrate their 100th year anniversary, 2027. But yeah, as an employment lawyer, it's a shift for me, but it's so important in Boston to make sure we have facilities for communities who need health care, and that's why I support Prospera's mission, and I'm excited to work with them in the future and help people, especially in my district. I represent District 6, which I believe has 8,000 people from the Dominican Republic. Many of them are from one town, Bani. I tell people, yo nací en Bani, and it helps in District 6. But so it's my job to make sure people have access to healthcare resources here, and I consider that one of my main responsibilities. I know I've gone over a minute, but thank you very much, and thank you to everybody. I will have to head out, but one of my staff members, Melissa Beltran, will be here, and we'll say hello to people also. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Thank you. Well, your Spanish is quite good there, huh? La práctica hace el maestro. Practice makes perfect. So you're doing it, City Councilor Weber. Now we're moving on to our other guest from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health, who we so greatly appreciate, the Deputy Director. He's in the Office of Health Equity. It was my pleasure to invite him, and he took the time to come. Eduardo Kettle, will you please come and just give us a few words so we'll move on to our keynote. Gracias por venir.
No, a ti, Mico. Buenas tardes y bueno, primero que nada, mil gracias a Mico, a Prospera y a todos los que han auspiciado este evento. So I deeply appreciate the invitation and being here. So as they said, I'm Eduardo Nettle, the Deputy Director of the Office of Health Equity and Community Engagement. And when Mico had reached out and we talked on the phone, I said, we need to be present in this space for a number of reasons. Number one, uprooting Latino mistrust in the U.S. healthcare system, such an important topic in not only uprooting, but really getting to the root causes of mistrust in the healthcare system, and really naming that racism is that root cause. And how do we begin to dismantle? So we at the Department of Public Health, we've taken this as a task actually to dismantle racism, because we know that that's what the issue is, right? Because of all of these practices in this culture of white supremacists where one is better than the other. And that's why we've had some of these examples and many others, right, of individuals that have been used because they're less than. So to that end, actually, we hope to be more present in this space. Hopefully, we will be engaging on a number of initiatives that we have going on at the Department of Public Health. One of them is the implementation of our advancing racial equity in the department. And similarly, for the Healy and Driscoll administration, advancing health equity in Massachusetts has also been raised as a priority that Secretary Walsh actually has really commissioned our Commissioner of Public Health, Commissioner Goldstein, actually, in this advancing health equity in Massachusetts, where we're addressing both maternal and child health outcomes, as well as using public health terms, cardiometabolic, social determinants of cardiometabolic health, essentially cardiometabolic health, in how we know that those are really impacting communities of color. So as we look at Massachusetts data, population-wise, we have amazing outcomes. However, when we start questioning, digging, and excavating at the data, we know who is most impacted. So to that end, I welcome the conversations that you're having today, because we, at the state level, we're also thinking about how do we address some of these issues actually, so that we can all benefit from the amazing healthcare that we have in this country, in ensuring that we develop the right relationships. So part of the work that we're doing, and not to stop you all from eating, but finally what we're doing is really making an emphasis as a result of what we learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Actually, we've really upped our efforts in community engagement. So we have a division of community engagement that is population-led, and it's really using best practices from what we've learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, and how that really we saw disparities actually that we're highlighting. So to that end, thank you very much. Thank you for having me here. I welcome new connections actually, and I wish you the best for the rest of the day. Actually, what an amazing group that you've gathered. And again, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Eduardo. Great. Thank you all for your remarks. We're moving straight into hearing from our keynote. And so our keynote speaker, Dr. Walter Conwell from Morehouse School of Medicine, he has dedicated his career to advancing health equity, and we're honored to have him with us today. I will definitely read. This bio stretches long and far beyond this, but I will just, his humility is telling me to boop, boop, bring it down. So I'm just gonna read this one paragraph. Dr. Conwell joined the Morehouse School of Medicine in July 2021 as the inaugural Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, and also serves as the Associate Dean for Faculty Development. A graduate of the University of Chicago Pritzker School of Medicine, Dr. Conwell received his Bachelor of Science degree from Florida A&M University and Master of Business Administration degree from the University of Colorado Business School. He is a practicing internal medicine, pulmonary disease, critical care medicine, and sleep medicine physician and medical director. We're gonna get some services from you today after the event. And medical director of the MSM Sleep Center. Dr. Conwell has published numerous peer-reviewed articles on topics related to medical education, health economics, and health equity. Everybody, let's give it up for Dr. Conwell.
Well, everyone, it's such a pleasure to be in the space with you. It's already been an impactful day, an engaging day, and I want to continue the momentum with the talk focused on the history and future of Black and brown physicians in medicine. I will tell you that after speaking with Joanna and thinking through what the focus of the talk should be, we really aligned around this idea of storytelling. And she's doing some incredible work and will be doing some incredible work with storytelling. We thought it was very fitting. So our objectives for today are to participate in authentic storytelling, and to understand the history and the future role of minority-serving medical schools, so our historically Black medical schools, our Puerto Rican medical schools, in the health of Black and brown communities. So we'll do this, though, through the lens of storytelling, and starting first with the importance of context. So why are we even focused on this, specifically the role of physicians in the health of communities? Well, it's because we recognize the role that physicians of color, and really, I will say healthcare providers of color, have on the health of their communities. This is an interesting study from just last year that looked at the impact of just one Black physician on the health of communities. And just one Black physician improves the health of not only the Black community members, but all community members within that county. There's a direct correlation between the poverty level as well on the impact of that one person, whereby those who are the poorest impact or benefit the most. Now again, that's regardless of the race and ethnicity of the patient or of the community member. That just shows you the importance of this construct of cultural humility. We talk a lot about cultural competence, cultural sensitivity, but the idea of cultural humility and how that can actually improve the health and well-being of everyone. Next slide. So with that context of why it's important, it's also important to appreciate why we have the dearth of providers that we do have, why we don't have many Black and brown physicians in communities of color across this nation. There are many counties that have none at all, and that's not random. It's important to, again, go back and understand the history. In order for me to tell you a bit about the history of our minority-serving medical schools, and particularly our Black medical schools, it's actually important to understand the history of historically Black colleges and universities. Now, many of you may be familiar with the construct or with the entities that we now call HBCUs, but many may not. These institutions were formed primarily during the end of the era of enslavement and mainly during the Reconstruction era to train the newly freed population of Black people, primarily in the South. But these institutions aren't only in the South, the East. There are many in the North. There are some as far west as Los Angeles. But by and large, these institutions play a pivotal role in training those who come from the poorest communities. And it may be difficult for some to see. I don't know if we can zoom in a little bit, but it may be difficult for some to see, but what this shows is the socioeconomic level of those who attend historically Black colleges and universities on the top, and those who attend predominantly white institutions. And what we can see is those who attend HBCUs primarily come from the three lowest socioeconomic quintiles. And that's regardless of the race and ethnicity of those who attend these institutions, because more than a third of students who attend HBCUs aren't Black, with many of whom being poor, rural, white students. And again, depending on where they are out in Los Angeles, particularly Charles Drew University, more than 40% of those students are Latin or Latinx. And that's compared to predominantly white institutions where the students who attend them primarily come from the two highest socioeconomic quintiles, again, regardless of the race and ethnicity of those students who attend those institutions. So students who attend are far more likely to be poor, but, next slide, those who attend are far more likely to have some movement from one socioeconomic quintile to another. So fully 53% of students who attend HBCUs will have movement from one socioeconomic quintile to another, so upward economic mobility, as compared to only 35% of students who attend predominantly white institutions. Again, that's regardless of the race and ethnicity of the student. For that reason, it's oftentimes said that students who attend HBCUs graduate themselves out of poverty, but importantly, they graduate their entire families out of poverty. Now, I know this from personal experience. Next slide. I know the impact that having and gaining an education can have on what we refer to as the social determinants of health, these midstream factors that determine 80 to 90% of the health of individuals and communities. Next slide. Next slide. Because it's part of my own story. Next slide. So a bit about my story, and we all have a story. I'm originally from a small city in the Midwest called Gary, Indiana, and I don't know if we have any Midwesterners here, but if we have anyone from Chicagoland area, you already have a sense for my context. For those who aren't as familiar, all you have to do to imagine Gary is to imagine the south side of Chicago and everything you've heard about it. You pick it up and you move it 20 miles to the east and compress it into a city a fourth of the size, and that's Gary. So Northwest Indiana and South Chicago are actually some of the most segregated parts of the nation. My city, Gary, is around 90% black, surrounded by communities which are 80 to 90% white. Now, what's interesting about the context of Gary, and really many of the Rust Belt cities, particularly those in the Midwest, is they were transformed by the Great Migration of the black community out of the South. So my family, originally on both sides, are from Mississippi, and during the early part of the 20th century, they got on trains, they got in cars, and they drove north. They traveled north, and they stopped and built communities where they landed. It's one of the reasons that the south side of Chicago has such a large black community, one of the reasons that Minneapolis has such a large black community, and why Gary does. Oh, I'm sorry, no, if you can go back. So, unfortunately, though, these communities were also impacted by the economic downturns of the 1980s and the 1990s. The influx of foreign steel called the closure of the steel mills that employed many of the citizens of those communities. And for Gary, when the steel mills closed, the rates of poverty increased. That was also the time the gang activity in Chicago was on the rise, so these gangs just picked up and moved over to Gary. And for those who could leave, the city did leave. And as you all know, we call that the white flight. And that left a very densely populated area of very poor black people. Now, all that happened during my formative years. I'm only 43 years old. I was born in 1981. And during the 1980s into the 1990s, I saw the community around me crumble. I saw how that impacted my family. I saw how that impacted my cohort of students. I started high school with around 450 students. We only graduated with around 220. Most of the black men we lost due to gang violence. Most of the black women we lost due to teen pregnancy. I actually became a teen parent myself. My first child was born shortly after my 18th birthday. And I went from that context, I was privileged to go from that context down to a historically black college in Tallahassee, Florida A&M University. I went down there with the context of being a first-generation student, with the context of being a low-income student, of being a teen parent. And what I found is, even despite all the odds, I ended up thriving down at FAMU. But I thrived not because of my own sheer force of will, but because of the system of support I found myself in. And every time I would get on the bus to go, we didn't have enough money for plane tickets, so I would get on the bus and travel from Tallahassee back up to Gary. I would see the stark juxtapositioning of a system that was built and crafted and supported to bring about reliably good outcomes at HBCUs, and one that was built and supported to bring about inequitable outcomes. Because it's not random that Gary is the way that he is, or Chicago is the way that he is, or Flint, Michigan, or parts of Boston, or East LA, et cetera. There's a wonderful saying that every system is perfectly made for the outcomes it produces. Right? So if you have reliably good outcomes, that's not random. The system is doing what it's supposed to do. If you have reliably bad outcomes, the system is doing what it's supposed to do. So that notion of systems became very important to me. And ultimately, it was part of the reason that when I was privileged to go on to medical school, I chose a system that I knew would support me at the University of Chicago, partly because this man that you see here, Dr. Bill McDade, who was my dean for minority affairs at the University of Chicago, and now I'm the chief diversity inclusion officer for the ACGME, body that regulates residency programs. And because he told me, and I was privileged to get into multiple medical schools, that no matter where I go, he would support me. But if I came to the University of Chicago, he would stand with me every step along the way. And it wasn't just what he said, it's how he said it. And I believed him. It was actually the reason I turned down full rides to go to U of C. And he proved true to his word. Now, more than 2 decades later, I speak to him every other month. He's become my mentor, my friend, and my brother. So that notion of support has been a foundational part of who I am, who I have become. This notion that if one of us fails, we all fail, but if we're able to band together, how we're able to lift everyone up, it truly has become my why and become my purpose. Next slide. So that's a bit about my story and how I was impacted by a historically black college and university. Now, let's zoom in a little bit and think a little bit more about the story of black medical schools. And what I will share with you is before the turn of the 20th century, there were more than a dozen black medical schools formed within this more than 200 body of HBCUs. I don't know if anyone knew that. Did anyone in the audience know that? So there were more than a dozen black medical schools formed, more than 8 all-women medical schools, I will tell you as well. Now, some of these institutions closed within a few years of opening due to resource constraints as well as local racist factors, but many of them survived, at least until the Flexner Report of 1910. Next slide. Has anyone ever heard of the Flexner Report? All right, some? All right, fantastic. I love history, and I think history is really important. And this report is critically important to understand not only medical education as we know it today, but really higher education in the United States broadly. The whole construct of accreditation for colleges, both national accreditations, professional college accreditation came out of this report. So what's the context here? Well, before the turn of the 20th century, if you wanted to become a physician in North America, all you had to do was to find a physician, ask them to work with them as an apprentice, and after doing so for a few years, they would sign on a sheet of paper saying that you're qualified to be a doctor and you could go out and hang up your shingle. I'll pause there for a second because that should sound ridiculous to us, right? But that's literally the way medical education worked here in the United States. Now, you can imagine the variability that was born out of that because there were some medical schools like Harvard here in Boston, Johns Hopkins, they had very structured medical curriculum, actually based on the German model of medical education. There was a lot of crosstalk between Germany and the US in the late 1900s, late 1800s. But then there were some medical schools that were literally just mom and pop shops. And some physicians that were graduating with MD degrees, which really didn't prepare them to adequately take care of patients, particularly patients that were more marginalized. So the Carnegie Foundation said, well, we need to do something about this. Let's try to standardize medical education. So they hired this gentleman, Abraham Flexner, to go all across North America, all across the US, all across Canada, to do an audit of medical schools. And he did that for a decade. And at the end of his journey, he published this report, the Flexner Report, in 1910, and that set the standard of what medical education should become. And he said that physicians should do 2 years of biomedical classroom education, followed by 2 years of clinical education. And for any of you who are familiar with medical school, that is still literally the way it still works today. And that model was actually based off of what he saw at Hopkins and what he saw at Harvard and other places. Now, I will tell you that there's a lot of benefit that came out of that. I'm a product of that system. If we have any other physicians in the audience, they're products of that system. But there was also a lot of harm that came out of that because he not only had ideas for what the structure of the education should look like, but even what the resources of the schools should be and who should be trained at these schools. As it turns out, if you read through his report, I do encourage you to look it up and read through some of the chapters, his bias was very clear. His bias related to women was very clear. This was actually a direct excerpt from his report. And he spoke that while women are not barred from applying to medical school, they show a decreasing inclination to enter it, and that those who did had obvious limitations. That was his view of women in medicine. Now, it shouldn't be surprising that out of the 8 all-women medical schools that he evaluated, only 1 survived. Now, similarly, as far as the role of black students and black physicians in medicine, he said they should be trained as quote-unquote sanitarians rather than as surgeons. So he was very clear that he saw no role for black physicians in surgical specialties or subspecialties, and that the primary role is to prevent the illnesses of the black community from getting to the white community. He also had a very dim view for the schools that he evaluated. Out of the 8 all-black medical school or historical black medical schools that he evaluated, he thought that 6 of them were unfit to survive, and the only 2 that he deemed worthy or able to be rehabilitated were Howard University and Meharry Medical College. And his thought about these other schools was a well-taught Negro sanitarian will be immensely useful, though an essentially untrained Negro wearing an MD degree is dangerous. Again, direct quotes from Abraham Flexner. So again, it shouldn't be surprising that out of the 8 schools that he evaluated, only 2 survived. Out of the 8 historically black medical schools, only 2 survived. And that was Howard University and Meharry Medical College. And for the next 50 years, these 2 institutions went on to produce 90+% of all black physicians, black dentists, and black scientists in this nation. I can almost guarantee you that if you know of a black physician that trained before 1960, they trained at one of these 2. They also, though, played a pivotal role in training other physicians that couldn't receive training at predominantly white schools. Many Jewish physicians specifically trained at Meharry Medical College. And although we weren't tracking Latinx and Latin physicians as an ethnic group at that time, we do know then and even today, many Latino physicians also trained at these institutions. And they did a Herculean effort, right? So these 2 institutions helping to train the workforce that would take care of this diverse population. But they were still a bottleneck. They couldn't increase their output to meet the rise in the minority population for this nation. Next slide. And this gets to an important issue that we refer to as the political determinants of health, right? So this notion that political and policy decisions ultimately have social implications and then ultimately health outcomes, because this was a representation of power, right? Political power, and ultimately had dire implications for those who are the most marginalized. Now, some researchers recently tried to envision an alternate reality where at least some of these schools had survived. And they extrapolated from the last few years of enrollment of 5 of these schools to see how many physicians, additional physicians we might have created between then and now. And they estimated if only 5 of those schools had remained open, we would have between 27,000 and 35,000 additional physicians today. Now, I'll go back to that first slide that I showed you as far as the impact of just one physician of color in communities. And think about where we might be today as far as the health of our entire nation if the biases, systemic and individual biases, ultimately hadn't come into play. Now, that's what was going on for some of our minority-serving medical schools, but what was going on in our predominantly white medical schools? What were these students being taught? Well, as many of you know, that the biases that are present within our medical students that are taught specifically at predominantly white schools have direct impacts on physicians, and particularly, on patients, particularly patients of color. This was a study from 2016 that evaluated the racial bias of medical students, residents, and faculty. And next slide. And it showed that these providers had beliefs about the sensitivity to pain for black patients and patients of color, believing that they were less sensitive. They didn't feel pain to the same degree. And those biased beliefs ultimately had a direct impact on the amount of pain medication that was provided. Now, what's fascinating about this, next slide, if we go back into time, there's actual historic reference for this. There was a physician named Samuel Cartwright who was a surgeon, he was a psychiatrist, and he wrote many of the publications that categorized the illnesses of enslaved black people during the era of enslavement. In one of his books, which is called the Report on the Diseases and Physical Peculiarities of the Negro Race, he talked about a disease, quote unquote, called rascality. And he says here, from the careless movement of the individual affected with this complaint, they are apt to do much mischief. So, i.e., they're apt to flee, to run away from enslavement, which appears as if intentional, but is mostly owing to the stupidness of mind and the insensibility of the nerve. So his point was that when enslaved people would run away from enslavement, that there was something wrong with them. And then if they were captured and brought back, that it was permissible to harm them, to punish them, because they didn't feel pain to the same degree anyway. Next slide. Now, if you look at the beliefs of physicians today, these unconscious biases that they have, we can see the hallmarks of Samuel Cartwright even today. Next slide. What was going on in biomedical research? What were these physicians and scientists being taught? Well, we know that there's also a very unfortunate history here. Dr. James Marion Sims, the quote-unquote father of gynecology, who developed many of the gynecologic procedures that are still used today. Many of the devices, the speculum, et cetera, was created by Dr. Sims. And he developed and, quote-unquote, perfected these tools and procedures on enslaved black women, these 3 women specifically. He actually, unfortunately, had oftentimes them hold each other down while he performed multiple different procedures on them. Each of them had over a dozen surgical procedures performed on them without anesthetic. Next slide. We learned already about the Tuskegee experiment that many of you are familiar with. Next slide. Many of you are familiar with the story of Henrietta Lacks. That only recently did Johns Hopkins and other entities make recompense for their role in abusing her and her body. Next slide. We heard earlier about the Guatemala syphilis experiment. So this is what was going on in parallel. So when did it start to change? Well, partly with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which outlawed racial segregation in schools. But it was very quickly appreciated that it wasn't enough to just outlaw racial segregation. Something more affirmative needed to be done. And I think this was well articulated by President Lyndon B. Johnson on the campus at Howard University in 1965, where he said in part, "You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying, now you are free to go where you want, do as you desire, and choose the leaders you please. We seek not just freedom, but opportunity, not just legal equity, but human ability, not just equality as a right and as a theory, but equality as a fact and as a result." Making very clear the difference between equity and equality, and why, again, affirmative action was so important for the time that it was in place. And how timely is it that we revisit this in light of the recent Supreme Court decision? So what was the outcome of this advocacy? Well, we had the ability to enroll black and brown students into predominantly white schools, but we also had the opening of new black medical schools specifically. Charles Drew University opened in 1966 as an outgrowth of the Watts uprisings. And my institution, the Morehouse School of Medicine, opened in 1975. And still, even today, these are the only 4 black medical schools that we have. And in total, they produce more than 30% of all black physicians in the nation. And these institutions, a priori, had dedication to what we now think of as diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our institution, our mission hasn't fundamentally changed since we were started. We speak to improving the health and well-being of individuals and communities, increasing the diversity in the health professional and scientific workforce, with an emphasis on people of color and underserved urban and rural populations in Georgia, the nation, and the world. Our vision, to put it plainly, is to lead the creation and advancement of health equity. And we've now added to that to achieve health justice. Next slide. Now, because of these changes, we saw a dramatic increase in the number of Black and brown physicians being created. But we also can see how it plateaued. It plateaued in the 1970s, and we had another bump in the 1990s, and it plateaued again. Why did this happen? What are some thoughts? Any thoughts? Well, yeah, so the backlash against it, right? So the backlash against the Civil Rights Act in the 1970s, in the 1990s, the backlash against affirmative action, culminating in the University of Michigan decision, Proposition 209 in California. And we're in the midst of another backlash right now. Now, we'll tell you that it actually is the history of our nation, that any progressive movement forward has always been met with the push backwards. Now, you can recognize that and can become downtrodden as a result of it, but I encourage you not to be. Because again, we recognize that that is going to be the case. And if that's going to be the case, when you have a window of opportunity, you also recognize that you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to build big enough, to dig deep enough, and to create a system that will endure the inevitable backlash that will happen. And we're in the midst of a backlash right now. I'm a Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. And as we know, there's anti-DEI legislation being rolled out across the nation. There's an effort to actually conflate DEI with health equity. They are two separate constructs, though they overlap. And we recognize that it will happen. But if we are thoughtful, if we're strategic, if we don't get so stuck on words that we lose sight of the work, we can still build incredible systems that will withstand the backlash. And then once the attention of those who are doing this work shifts, we can continue to move forward. Next slide. So what are some ways that some are attempting to move things forward, looking into the future? So we talked about history, we talked a bit about the present. What about the future? Well, the future will come, we think, through partnership and through collaboration. And our institution has collaborated with Common Spirit Health, and you may not be familiar with Common Spirit. It's the merged entity of Dignity Health and Catholic Hospital Initiatives. It's now the second largest nonprofit health system in the country, with more than 125,000 employees across more than 20 states. And our partnership with them, called the More in Common Alliance, the marketing people had a field day with that, because we do believe there is more in common between the two institutions than is different, is allowing us, next slide, well, it's a more than $100 million partnership. Next slide. And it's allowing us to open up 5 new regional medical school campuses across the nation. We already have students rotating in Chattanooga, Tennessee, in Lexington, Kentucky, in Seattle, Washington, soon in Bakersfield, California. With that, we're planning more than 25 new residency and fellowship programs. We already started our first family medicine program outside of Georgia in Santa Cruz, California in July. Our next one soon to come will be in Bakersfield, et cetera. Now, the beauty of this is twofold. First, depending on the community that we're going into, we are very focused on which groups are marginalized within those communities. So in the Pacific Northwest, we're highly focused on our tribal and our indigenous communities, working with the local tribal councils to partner on pipeline and pathway programs to create pathways through the tribal colleges, ultimately to 4-year institutions, and then we hope to our institution, the Morehouse School of Medicine, with the plan then ultimately to allow those students to go back to their community for their latter 2 years of medical school and stay there for residency. In California, Santa Cruz and Bakersfield, we're highly focused on our Latinx communities with the same idea. And we believe in our experience working in Atlanta is that's actually how you bring about health equity, right? Because students, physicians are far more likely to go back to the communities that they're from. So we can recruit from those communities, can train from those communities, we can actually impact health equity. Now, secondly, though, before you go on, at steady state, this means that our institution will have a total of 8 campuses. So we already have 3 in Georgia, and then within the next 3 years, we'll have 5 more across the nation. Now, if you add to that, our sister Black medical schools, Howard and Meharry, that you already know about. Charles Drew just opened his own 4-year institution, separate from his partnership with UCLA. Morgan State just announced plans for their osteopathic school, and Xavier just announced plans for its allopathic school in collaboration with Ashnar. And take with that the work that Ponce, one of our Puerto Rican medical schools, is doing. They have already opened their own campus in St. Louis. And then Universidad Caribe in Puerto Rico is planning to open a campus in New York. So at steady state, in the next 5 years, that means that we're going to have 14 Black medical schools or minority-serving medical schools or campuses. That takes us back to where we were at the turn of the 20th century. So this is truly historic. So in closing, that leads us back to this quote. A quote first used by Theodore Parker and then ultimately by MLK and Barack Obama that many of you know very well. This notion that the arc of the moral universe is long. I will tell you that the point about this is it's so long that with our narrow frame of reference, it's oftentimes difficult for us to see progress, right? We get very stuck on what isn't working and the backlash and things like that. But if we zoom out from 1875 to where we are now, just think about the progress that has been made. So it's long and it bends towards justice is true, but it's important to keep in mind that it doesn't naturally bend towards justice. Some energy, some effort is needed. So my encouragement to you is to really reflect upon how you will help that arc to bend towards justice. And your involvement in the summit, the work that's being done by Prospera Inc. and by all these incredible community organizations is part of that work. So thank you very much for your time, for your engagement. Happy to take a few questions. Any questions? All right. If not, all right, I will turn it back over. Thank you.
Can we give him one more applause? That was extremely insightful. That was quality knowledge, good historical. The history shapes the future. I remember writing an article on that, and someone said to me, how does the history shape the future? Well, go figure. Right, there we go. So thank you so much, Dr. Conwell. Again, that was very insightful, it was helpful. And in my work as a consultant and the work that I've done throughout the years in state government, I have to do a lot of reading. And one particular article recently was about there are over 200 professions in the healthcare industry. So this applies to every single aspect and corner of the healthcare industry. So how many of us are learning today? We got at least 1-2 thoughts. It's not coming here just to come here. We got something from today. And how many of us are providers? How many providers are in the room, medical healthcare providers? And how many of us are recipients of the healthcare system? So this is some important information that's happening today and that we're sharing. So we're diving into an incredibly important conversation on reproductive justice. So this is a great segue. Our third panel will explore how technology, innovation, and social action are shaping the reproductive health landscape, particularly for women of color. To lead this discussion, please welcome, you may come on up, please welcome Aliana Monplaisir from the Sisterhood Resilience Project, along with distinguished panelists that she will lead this discussion. So let's give them one more round of applause.
My name is Lily Marcelin. I am the founding director of the Resilient Sisterhood Project. I am delighted to be here with you today, but also delighted to be a partner with Joanne, and then also happy to have the Resilient Sisterhood Project to be part of the planning committee. So the panel for today, it's called Reproductive Justice, Shifting the Equity Landscape Through Innovation, Technology, and Social Action. So the past decade has been marked by significant policy changes and technological advancements, aimed at tackling long-standing disparities in reproductive health care, especially for Black women and women of color. This panel brings together a powerful group to explore the ongoing social political movements shaping these advancements. We will hear from community activists, organizations, and institutional leaders developing innovative solutions to bridge divides in trust and dismantle barriers to access. By examining these efforts, we can gain valuable insights into how science, technology, advocacy can come together to ensure everyone has the right to make informed choices about their reproductive health and rights. So we have an amazing group of panel. As a matter of fact, when I was talking to Aliana tonight and I said, as the moderator, can I say a few words? She's like, well, if you do, you have 1 minute. And she's like, 1 minute. I'm like, okay then, all right. So so my few words practically before I introduce the panel is, as I was thinking and reflecting on the panel, and a quote from the great Ella Baker came to mind, where she says, those who believe in freedom cannot rest. I would like for all of you to kind of like reflect on that amazing quote. Those who believe in freedom cannot rest. So we can all unpack the word freedom to replace it by so many other words. And the word rest, cannot rest. Imagine the meanings behind the word rest. And how, the freedom, the cannot rest, how do we demonstrate? How do those words manifest in the work that we're doing? So for one thing, having this symposium definitely brings great resonance to that quote. But also the work that this panel is doing, it really shows the measures of choosing not to rest. So that's what I have to say, right? So 1 minute, Aliana. All right. So I would love to introduce, on the panel, I'd love to introduce Aliana Monplaisir, who is actually our program director for the Resilient Sisterhood Project. We will have Mercy Oladipo from Birthed by Us, who will join us through Zoom. Hopefully it will work, because she's in Brazil. Emily Nesta from Bay State Birth Coalition. Merlin Sylvain Williams from Nurturing Beyond and Beyond LLC, Babyhood and Beyond LLC. So I'm hoping that we will not have any problems to see for Mercy to join us through Zoom. And also you can read the bios of everyone sitting here by going on, checking the QR code. All right, so we are starting with Aliana.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am so happy to be here with you all today to speak a little bit more about increasing knowledge through social media campaigns, so touching on the tech innovation half of today's panel. So yes, we can move on to the next slide. So today I'll be briefly talking about one project in particular called the Product Options and Women Engaged Research Project, also fondly known as POWER. Moving into some other resources, and then also a slide of thanks, because there are a lot of people involved in making these projects happen. And we can go to the next slide. Okay, so before I get started, I just wanted to do an informal poll through a show of hands. How many of you get recommendations through social media, whether it be going to a restaurant, trying new things, looking for a product for your hair, skincare, anything like that? That's what I wanted. That's a very, very good amount, and it's definitely similar to the results that we saw that the Resilient Sisterhood Project and Silent Spring Institute saw in the first phase of our science research collaboration project known as POWER. So we started by gaining insights from 25 Black women in Massachusetts about their product use habits. Where do they shop? What do they use? Where do they get their recommendations from? And that's super important because we know that people of color, especially Black women, face a disproportionate amount of exposures to harmful chemicals in their products that can have some serious, very, very serious health implications on health and overall well-being, especially reproductive health. And too many of us don't know about that. So actually, when we started phase 1 in 2020, I was just getting started with Resilient Sisterhood Project, and I was one of those people who did not know that there were chemicals that could cause harm in our products. But yes, so some of those women went to family and friends, but a substantial amount, like we saw in the audience today, got their information from social media, which led us to phase 2, thinking about how we can share information through social media influencers, through social media campaigns, about those harmful chemicals in the same way that people receive their information. So meeting people where they are at. So phase 2, we started the social media campaign efforts with 10 social media influencers. So we did a workshop with them. Some of them knew about the health implications that these chemicals have. Some of them did not. So we did a baseline workshop. So that was led a lot by Silent Spring Institute, since they are our science partner. And from there, we went back and forth. They had creative freedom in terms of how they wanted to share their information because they knew their audience best. We checked the facts just to make sure that things are all set. We don't want any misinformation, as we tend to see on social media. And from there, it got shared with the audience. And we also got some audience feedback. So this was based on about 187 survey participants. So actually 83% of the people who took that survey previously heard about chemicals in products affecting health. So that's a really, really good baseline. But 74% said that viewing the content increased their concerns about how chemicals in products may affect their health. So we saw really good results from that. And from there, we moved to phase 3, which was actually funded through a endocrine disrupting challenge hosted by the US Department of Health and Human Services. So we reached out to 7 social media influencers, did a similar process, but they actually focused, some of the content focused a lot more on the lack of regulations in the United States when it comes to products, especially when you compare it to countries that are part of the EU. Okay, move forward. And I did have a video from from phase 3 of our campaign, but I don't think it will show up. So we'll just keep moving forward. And then I also wanted to highlight some other digital tech that's going on right now. So for the first is coming from the Non-Toxic Black Beauty Project, which if you're big on supporting Black-owned brands, this is where you can find Black-owned brands that are safe. Hair, skin, cosmetics, so far in that realm, and we're hoping to expand to other general products that we use. And then also from our partner, Silent Spring Institute, Detox Me. So they have an application that you can download on all your phones, but you can also use a web application to kind of check your products. You can scan the barcodes on your products and see if it's in their database and learn a little bit more about what you're actually using. And there's a couple. There can be more, but there is a good amount of resources similar to the Non-Toxic Black Beauty Project and Detox Me, where you can check your products as you buy them. So some of them are browser extensions, literally as you're shopping online, Amazon, Target, anywhere like that. They can, as long as the ingredients are available, they can go in and check there. And of course, I said that there was a lot of people to acknowledge, but I specifically want to call out Dr. Alicia Franklin, Dr. Robin Dotson, and Dr. Jenny Ohayan from Silent Spring Institute, especially Dr. Alicia Franklin. She herself is kind of a social media influencer, and when she helped us analyze those results, she said we can definitely reach people on social media. So I definitely wanted to give her a shout out. And then first, we have a couple phases with POWER. So the Toxic Use Reduction Institute helps fund our first phase of POWER. We also have the US Department of Health and Human of human health and services with our third and fourth phases of power, and then also the Resilience Sisterhood Project was able to replicate this campaign. So we got funding from the Environmental Defense Fund, and also all the influencers that participated throughout our project. And that is all.
So we will transition to Mercy, who is joining us from Brazil on Zoom.
So I wanted to ground us in a bit of the context, specifically around the U.S. maternal health crisis, and the fact that right now, Black women are 3 times as likely to die in childbirth than white women, regardless of their education, income, or other factors. And so, looking at this, my team and I wanted to see how we can construct a piece of a solution to this wider issue, but wanted to really center community as we build that out. So we actually spoke to over 400 maternity stakeholders, including moms and birthing people, their partners, birth professionals, clinicians, and more, and came across 3 really interesting insights. So one, by and large, moms reported feeling unsupported across their pregnancy and postpartum journeys, saying that they lack the access to culture-specific support and resources for this time. On the other side, providers said they know the issue and they wanted to help, but that they don't have the feedback they need to actually change how they care and practice for patients. And thirdly, all stakeholders reported that postpartum support is almost non-existent, even though over half of maternal deaths actually happen in the postpartum period, and the CDC has found that 84% of these deaths are preventable. And so what we were looking at is, this is a large issue. We want to see how we can be part of the solution and want to know how technology can really help drive that. One of our main principles is that moms deserve not only to survive their pregnancy experiences, but to actually thrive through them. And so we want to use technology as a vessel to see that as a reality. And thus, Birth by Us was born. So like I said, Birth by Us is the pregnancy and postpartum app designed for families of color. And our mission is simple. We seek to empower women of color to shape their own birthing experiences while giving providers and hospital systems the insights that they need to best support that journey and reduce preventable maternal deaths and complications. So our product is currently available right now in the Apple App Store, with Android dropping very shortly. We have users across 43 states and have already seen how the product has helped transform lives for moms and families. A bit more about what we do and how we use technology to do this. I wanted to break it down across our 4 key pillars. So health tracking, education, resource centralization, and community, and kind of show you a bit also of what the app actually does. So for health tracking, as you can see in this little video, we're tracking with moms every day across holistic health measures. So think mental health, blood pressure, pain, sleep, and more. And our whole goal here is to actually enable moms to understand their bodies better and become co-decision makers with their providers. So in this way, as you can see, we can tell them, hey, this is normal, this is not normal, but also we're equipping her with the facts and health data she needs to go into an appointment with informed questions and make the best use of that time with the provider. Education, we have culturally competent resource library on key medical and social topics. So you can see here we're scrolling through this mental health, sleep, and more. And our goal here is to help inform moms on these topics in a way that actually makes sense for her life. Our third pillar, resource centralization, is super exciting and is coming through our hub feature that's dropping very soon. And our whole goal here is to connect the fragmented maternity landscape. So as I'm sure a lot of you know, there's a lot of people who've already been doing this work for a long time. And so our goal as a tech startup isn't to come in the space and say, we're just completely new, no one's ever had to do this issue before. We want to amplify the work of existing organizations, and we're doing that through our hub. So what that looks like is essentially taking birthing professionals, so think your doulas, your LCs, your pelvic floor therapists, community-based organizations, people who give workshops and classes, and service providers like meal preparation and childcare, and essentially putting them all in one place for moms to access. But it's more than a directory, because we're also helping these professionals by obviously amplifying their work and sharing about their services, but they can also be creating and hosting workshops in the app or in person, publishing their own resources, and even connecting with other professionals like on a LinkedIn type of platform. Lastly, community. This one's super important to me because it came out of a lot of user requests in our first beta period. So now users can talk to each other, share stories, get advice, and really build that support network all in one place. So like I said, we're currently in 43 states and hoping to expand. So if you're also building a reality where moms can thrive, please join us. The QR code is our website, and I have our contact information on the slide as well. So thank you.
It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here today. I think you'll see resonance in this presentation with what we just heard about from Mercy, as well as Dr. Conwell especially. And I'm here to tell you today about something I'm so excited about, which is some great news. About a month ago, a really momentous bill to improve maternal health in Massachusetts was passed and signed into law. And it's something I've worked on as part of, among many, many others, and I'm really excited to tell you a little bit about what it does and how we got it done, how we advocated for it. You know, the context of this, I think you've already heard, so I won't spend too much time on it, but essentially, you know, the context for this legislation is that we are in an urgent maternal health care crisis, and it's not just, it is rising rates of death and severe injury, growing racial inequities, and these are happening right in Massachusetts, as also the one of the speakers mentioned, the person from the Department of Public Health mentioned. We have a lot of inequities right here in Massachusetts. And closures of resources, the closing of a birth center in Beverly in 2022, the closures of maternity units and community hospitals all throughout the state, and as we know, that's still happening. So that's the context for our legislation. As Mercy said, this is preventable. We can do something about it. It doesn't have to be that way, this way. And we know one of the solutions that works really well is midwives. Las parteras. Sorry for my not so great Spanish. You know, midwives are traditionally, they're members of the community, they're part of the community, they're trusted, they're skilled, and they take excellent care of people. Midwives are healthcare providers. They can work in hospitals, in homes, in birth centers. And, you know, hearkening back to the Flexner report that Dr. Conwell mentioned, that is one of the mechanisms that was used to try to eradicate midwifery and suppress it. And we're still experiencing the legacy of that aspect as well today. Massachusetts has the unfortunate distinction of being the first state to outlaw midwives in 1907. So there's a couple of nationally recognized credentials at this point for midwifery, nurse midwives, professional midwives, and there's tremendous evidence for the benefits of this model of care and its role in changing and reversing our maternal care crisis. And unfortunately, Massachusetts has been very behind when it comes to integrating midwifery care and these out-of-hospital options and models. So that brings us to legislation. People have been trying to get this legislation done in Massachusetts for many years, and in fact, decades. And that's something that Bay State Birth Coalition was really founded to pass this bill in particular, and we've taken on more since. And I co-founded it 8 years ago. And what we're doing is bringing back midwifery, integrating certified professional midwives into the healthcare system here in Massachusetts so people can have access to these models, have it covered by insurance, have more birth centers and resources in our communities. We've worked with many legislators, a couple of them highlighted here who filed this legislation, Representative Kay Kahn, Senator Becca Rausch, and Representative Brandy Fluke-Oakley, and Rep. Fluke-Oakley is in the picture on the bottom in the midst of many advocates, and the other two are on the top. So there's been legislation pending to do this in Massachusetts for many, many years. Ready for the next slide. So we don't do this work alone. Bay State Birth Coalition, one of the things that we've really done is convened many other organizations who are also, you know, interested in advancing this issue. Resilient Sisterhood Project is one of them. And you know, it's a really intersectional issue. It's public health, it's women's rights, it's reproductive freedom, it's civil rights, it's racial justice. And so lots of different groups have come together to advocate for this, and I just want to shout out, pictured on the right here is some of the members of Birth, Equity, and Justice Massachusetts on the State House interior steps on the day of the bill signing with Senator Liz Miranda, who was another key person that really advanced this legislation. Now I have some wonderful photos to share of our advocacy. I could talk about all of this for hours, and that's not the time we have today. So I just want to share a few highlights. How did we advocate for this? We had really grassroots advocacy. We joined together with a very straightforward message: midwives save lives. And these are some photos of us on the State House steps at a rally we held, a rally for midwives, last October. We have a lot of data and have certainly shared a lot of statistics in our advocacy, but something that really, really moves the people, the human beings who serve as our legislators and our policymakers and their staff, and things that people remember even more than statistics are stories. And lots of individuals shared their stories of deficient care, stories of trauma, but also stories of excellent care and joy. And those stories were shared through community events, hearings at the State House, visits with legislators, sometimes just dropping by offices on lobby days where we brought community members to the State House, and planned meetings with legislators, as well as over the years, many presentations, briefings, panel discussions to really raise awareness and share stories and also information with policymakers. There's still a tremendous amount of, I'd say, ignorance and bias around what is midwifery, its safety and its role in improving healthcare among policymakers and also in the medical profession and medical community. So we're trying to address that. All of this, I'm just really proud that our movement feels like it is really powered by love, the love that people have for each other, for the people that gave birth to them, for the people who can experience pregnancy and birth in their lives. I want to highlight a couple of the fathers that really spoke about their experiences. On the right of this slide, State Representative Manny Cruz of Salem and State Representative Chris Worrell of Boston both talked very movingly and very personally about the care that their wives received and their children and what they hoped for their families and all people in Massachusetts. The road to passing legislation is long and involves, what you didn't see pictured in those previous slides were the spreadsheets, the emails, the phone calls, and the slogging for years, really, to advance this. But I want to highlight a few milestones that really catalyzed getting this done now. Why now, after all this time? One is that Senator Liz Miranda led the way in 2021 in establishing a statewide commission on racial inequities in maternal health. She passed a bill to form that commission. That commission was mostly made up of Black women. Some of them have a professional expertise in health or healthcare providers, and some who were sharing lived experience as well. That commission, a year and a half later, put out a report with a series of policy recommendations that really put forth a bold vision that we need to do many things and we need to do them now. Then I realize I should probably speed up, but the Department of Public Health put out a big report showing that the maternal health outcomes are not good here in Massachusetts and getting worse. And then the governor also responded with their own actions that they were taking. And that was last fall. And then this summer, the passage of the bill, an act promoting access to midwifery care and out-of-hospital birth options, which passed unanimously. And it was signed into law this August by the governor. Okay, we're almost done. I'm not we actually went from a midwifery bill to much, much more. So what they did, particularly driven by that commission report, is instead of just doing little pieces around maternal health here and there, is the legislature really, again, Liz Miranda was one of those people that really pushed this forward to have a comprehensive set of legislation. So they took our midwifery bill, but they combined it with many other things around birth center access, doula access, breastfeeding support, postpartum support, mental health support, and more. And all of these components, ended up in this big, beautiful bill. All right, well, I'm wrapping it up. Bookending those negative headlines with some positive headlines. I think we're seeing a brighter future in Massachusetts. It's going to take a lot of work to implement this, to fund it, to build the workforce and build the infrastructure, but we now have the enabling policy to really allow us to do that. And if you'd like, every single state rep and senator in Massachusetts voted for this. If you'd like to send them a little thank you note, we have like an easy form on our website if you want to scan this code, or go to baystatebirth.org/act, or I can tell you about it later. And you can follow Bay State Birth on Instagram or sign up for our emails if you want to keep up with what's next.
Thank you so much, Emily. Every community deserves to have midwifery care. I think this world could not exist if we did not have midwives. I have convinced myself if there's another life, I'm coming back as a midwife. As my mom had 4 of us and we were all delivered by midwives, so I have the highest and deepest respect for midwives. I really encourage you to read about the history of midwifery in this country and around the world. So thank you. All right, so next is Merlin.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasurable honor to be here with all of you. What a beautiful illustration, Emily, of the collective speaking truth to power. It took me many years to recognize my privilege as a Black woman who gave birth to 3 children with the support of a midwife. I recall some friends thinking that, me delivering at the Cambridge Birth Center was like a bougie move. And they're like, who delivers at a birth center? Not realizing that everyone deserves to have options, and everyone deserves to get the support of a midwife if they choose so. So I am excited about the bill, and I feel extremely grateful to have been a part of it. So in one of the slides, you might have seen a picture of me and my little guy who I gave birth to at the birth center 10 years ago. And I've had experiences with both the hospital and the birth center, but I had the same midwife for all 3 of my children. I received prenatal care, labor, pregnancy support, postpartum support, and I am the woman today because of my midwife. I refer to her as my Shiro, and I, again, recognize the privilege of being a Black woman, standing before you, healthy, and, and I also want us to pause for a moment. I'm gonna try not to get emotional. To think about the statistics, right? Oftentimes we think about data and numbers, but these numbers represent people. And I happen to know someone personally who should be here with her daughters who passed on, and she falls right into those statistics. So if there's anything that you take away today from me, is I hope that you think about these statistics, these numbers as people. Are some maybe in this room, right? Some of them are your loved ones, some of them are your neighbors, some of them are your colleagues. You may not necessarily know, we don't know everyone's full story. And in terms of, social media, right? you know, oftentimes it's a great thing, right? I mean, I use social media, and but there's a lot of misinformation out there. You know, I've seen things such as, well, these Black women are dying because they're not eating healthy. But oftentimes we don't hear people, too many people, talking about the social determinants of health and, you know, why did this lead to their death? Or, you know, did they have support? One of my favorite quotes, the African proverb, it takes a village, right? Quote unquote, it takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to raise mothers, birthing people, fathers, and families. And, you know, for those of you who work with families, you know, just keep that in mind. Families are navigating so much, you know. You give birth, you have to wait 6 weeks. Now, this is a doula's perspective. You give birth, and you have to wait 6 weeks until you get your postpartum appointment. And so much happens within that 6 weeks. You know, women and birthing people are trying to recover from their birth. Sometimes they've been traumatized. They're trying to figure out how to navigate, you know, systems, childcare, housing. Some are facing, you know, experiencing homelessness, you know, and the fathers too, you know, and that's another topic. But one of the things that I'm trying to be more mindful of as I think about a father, I was just at a birth a couple of days ago, and I take pride in preparing this dad. He was like right alongside his wife, you know, helping her breastfeed the baby and actually repeating some of the things we had discussed and during prenatal visits, you know. So I'm saying all this to say that there are so, you know, birth is beautiful and it can be complicated. And think about the people around you, you know, when they're coming back to work. You know, oftentimes we're thinking about asking questions like, how's the baby doing? Take a moment to think about, you know, to check in with them and ask them, how are you doing? How can we support you? Let's just, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. What you said about like health equity, shifting that to health justice. And I think it's on a continuum. Although I'm excited about this bill, I want to make sure that it's not like one of those things we're checking off boxes, right? We have to hold insurance companies accountable, because I know myself as a doula who has, you know, patients or clients who have mass health, and it's been a complicated process to navigate, you know, how to best, you know, which insurance covers what type of health plan covers what. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And just please keep all these things in mind and join us in this to combat health equity and health justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's, so this panel clearly demonstrates, you know, the type of radical changes and transformation in work that one can do. We want to thank you for all of the hard work that you are doing and have been doing, and for your persistence, because all of us sitting here, you know the amount of time, years, the years, never mind the money, the sweat, the challenges and the sacrifices that we all have to make in order to really get to those, to accomplish many of the things that we have been talking about, that you guys are doing or have been doing. So we want to really give you another hand again for your persistence. So are there any questions from the audience? Mercy, can Mercy come back on the screen? All right, Mercy, great. So any questions for our panelists? Anyone? Joanne has a question. All right. I feel like now I feel like Oprah. Yay! Minus the money. Yeah. Who was it?
I just wanted to know what the difference is between a doula and a midwife. It sounds like the difference.
Oh, midwife. Yes. Who wants to take that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, midwives and doulas are often talked about in the same conversations. So a midwife is a healthcare provider. So they provide clinical healthcare in a pregnancy. They can do tests, they can take blood pressure, they can listen to the baby and make sure everything is good. A doula provides support, and that can look like a few different things, informational support, emotional support, advocacy, and even like physical comfort measures. Both of them, though, because of their respective models of care, do often really elevate the autonomy, the agency of the birthing person and the family. And I think that's part of the reason they're talked about together a lot, because having these types of supports in any setting you're in can, tends to increase that. Do you have anything to add, Marlene?
I agree, and I also would like to add that it's incredibly important that we continue to educate people. Thank you for your question, because I do get that often, and it's really important that, we have this bill that's been passed, but people, in the community need to understand the different roles and how they can be best supported. So thank you again for that question.
I guess we should also mention that, so for midwives, you have midwives who went to nursing school and who have clinical training, but you can also be a midwife through apprenticeship, which can take many years also. So I wanted to just clarify that. Another question. Any other, we had, yes. See, if that was an auction, you would have been in trouble. Oh, putting you on the hot seat? I think so. Okay, what's your question then? Go ahead.
Thank you for this presentation. I think this was the panel that I was looking most forward to. Both as a Black woman, but also women in my family have also been impacted by maternal mortality. So my question is, beyond the bill, what are some of the things that Bay State envisions as actual tangible action? Because you know that this can easily become something that is a box that we are ticking. So what are some of the proposals that you guys have for the state?
I wish Director Nettle was still here from the Department of Public Health. No, it's fine. But yeah, I mean, so, Bay State Birth Coalition as an organization, we're definitely trying to figure out what this looks like for us now after a lot of years of just trying to get the bill passed. But we know from experience in other states, as well as seeing the rollout of some things like the doula reimbursement, that the devil's in the details. So we're trying to keep a really close eye on the implementation. What do those regulations look like? Finding ways to weigh in and bring the right, connecting the stakeholders and the, uplifting the experience, the lived experiences that people have for those policymakers that are implementing this. And then another big thing that's coming up is really money, both the models of reimbursement from insurance and Medicaid, as well as just investment. So we have been able to advocate for some funding in the state budget for building birth centers. and supporting birth centers like we have one birth center operating in the state, Seven Sisters in Northampton. They've been getting a little bit of money from the state budget for the last couple of years, and also some investments in Neighborhood Birth Center, which is going to be building Boston's first freestanding community birth center right in Nubian Square in Roxbury. Yay, Neighborhood Birth Center. Absolutely. And then Senator Liz Miranda led the way on getting $1 million in the state budget for birth center grants for 2 years in a row now. So we're going to, we need to ramp that up. I mean, that and more, I think. So those are a few things on the horizon about, really watching the implementation and just holding people to account, like you said, around the, I don't know if you have. I mean, we've seen it with the rollout of like the doula reimbursement. It's bumpy. It's bumpy.
Well, all good things have to come to an end. So we could spend days talking about all those important things. So, we have to wrap up, but thank you for listening, and thank you to each one of you. All right.
I like that. Thank you so much. This panel was sponsored by the Resilient Sisterhoods. So we're going to give it up for the Resilient Sisterhood. Awesome work, awesome job. If you want to learn a little bit more about our panelists, you can scan, like in the booklet where their pictures are, you can scan and look at their bios if you want to stay in touch with them, find them on LinkedIn or ask questions. And the back of the booklet, you can also scan here to give, because Prospera Institute is doing some phenomenal work. You can learn more about the organization and you can give. Just before we bring up our last and final panel, I want to acknowledge, and he didn't know I was going to do this, Lee, our videographer and photographer, because he's like multitasking over here. He has the AC, this, and that. And then we already did acknowledge Julia and Kirsten Turner, who's also taking pictures in the house. So thank you for making lasting and memorial snapshots for us. So in the years to come, we'll be able to look back and see where we've come from. And our last panel is Empowering Patients Through People-Centered Movements and Policy Interventions. And this panel is sponsored by Massachusetts League of Community Health Centers. I will interject here and say last year I was at the Mass League as a director of communications, and I came to the symposium. I found it very inspiring, and I actually volunteered to join in and became part of the planning committee. So it's good to see transition happen and see how people are inspired into new spaces and places. And so our final panel of the day focuses on empowering patients through people-centered movements and policy interventions. As I mentioned, we'll hear from healthcare professionals, activists, and community leaders who are working to break down institutional barriers and advocate for policies that center on patient autonomy and equity. Now, interesting about this panel is you're gonna see familiar faces. I see last year's MC. Hi there, Lauren, from Channel 10. And so is Casey here? Hi, Casey. Casey was one of the ones that I was so inspired by last year, as well as just a lot of the panelists that I was like, I gotta join in somewhere. And so, Joanne, thank you for creating space for more. There's more space, I'm sure, right? For money, for time and energy. So we're gonna welcome Casey Rojas from the Mass Medical Society up to the front, and the panelists to the stage. And so we'll listen attentively to our last panel discussion, and we'll move on from there as we wrap up the day. There's a big old sun waiting for us outside, so.
Okay, great, well, thanks for having me here. Again, Joanne, excited to be here, excited to talk about some interesting and fun issues. Fun to me, who studies this type of stuff and attacks this type of stuff with fervor. This is my sort of job. On my day job, I'm an advocate, so I'm advocating for a better healthcare system throughout the country and better healthcare for patients throughout the country. So this is an especially important panel and one that's near and dear to my heart. So again, I'm Casey Rojas. I work with the Massachusetts Medical Society as the Federal Relations and Health Equity Manager. So lots of advocacy in my world. And so I'm gonna pass it over now just for some introductions from the rest of the panel. Just a quick introduction.
Hey folks, I'm Jimmy McCarty and I teach at Boston University School of Theology.
Hi, I'm Marissa Prince. I'm a co-founder of Gospel, an initiative.
How are we doing? My name's Calvin Lee. I am also the other co-founder of Gospel.
I'm Lauren Melendez. I'm a news anchor reporter with NBC 10 Boston. Just so you understand why I'm here, because I'm like the least medically inclined. I love asking questions, I love helping people, and I love minding other people's business. So the perfect marriage of all of those things is journalism.
Wonderful. So as you can tell, we are here with a panel of great individuals here who are interested in this sort of work that we've been talking about all day today. Today has been filled with good conversation, great food, and new friendships and partnerships, I'm sure. So I think we're going to jump into now a quick screening of Calvin and Marissa's film, Are We There Yet? So when this film is started, think about what sort of questions pop into your head, because we will have time for questions at the end of this. So, all right, here we go.
You and I met on a job that turned into and became this sort of faith-driven response to the polarization of our country leading up to the 2020 election cycle. And in working on that, it became very clear to me that Christianity in America is not just like a personal faith thing. There are systems, there's an industry, people are making money off of different elements of it. Yeah. And the being Christian in America is influenced heavily by our history in this country and what we collectively carry.
The places that I was told that were safe and I should trust, I don't really trust them anymore. Because of that, I am more open and game than I've ever been before in my life. And if things need to be set aside, if things need to be torn down, things need to be like burned up, then let it be so.
We've had a lot of skeletal injuries. We've had a lot of people with possible brain injuries from rubber bullets to the head. There's a lot of elders here that haven't been carried in. There's been tons of hypothermia, people being drenched in water. We have people coming in on blankets that are still unconscious and coming back. So we're seeing a pretty big variety because they're using both physical and chemical weapons.
This sounds like war.
Yeah, it pretty much is war right now, except it's a one-sided war where people aren't doing anything and they're being attacked. So it's not war, it's an attack. They're treating it like war.
It escalated at Standing Rock in such a way that they had put out a call for 500 clergy to show up. I was called by members of the Episcopal Church here because the Episcopal Church is pretty active in the Dakotas and had, relationships with some of the tribes. And so they said, we'll pay for you to go, but we think it's important that somebody who's been active around environmental justice and a Black woman is part of the group that we sent.
On the day before the clergy gathered at the Backwater Bridge, I had, in the weeks before, I had written a letter to the governor and to the Morton County Sheriff telling them that I had invited these people to come. Around 500 of them came. And I never got a response back from either office about us coming out onto the road and they had taken pot shots at people with rubber bullets before this.
The idea was that the first thing that should be done is to lift up the doctrine of discovery, name it for the awful sin that it was. And there was a fire that was kept all times in camp. Like, people would stay, that fire never went out. Folks had a, sort of replica of the actual written decree that is part of the doctrine of discovery. And representatives of the Episcopal Church, of the UCC Church. There was a wide mix of folks who were sort of representing their denominations and their complicitness with this.
The doctrine, right, one of the first doctrines of discoveries, the Papal Bulls, was written in 1452 by Pope Nicholas V. Okay. It says things like invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens and pagans whatsoever. Reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, convert them to his and to their use and profit. So this is the doctrine that let European nations go into Africa, colonize the continent, and enslave the people, because they didn't see them as human. It's the same doctrine that let Columbus, who was lost at sea, land in this new world, which was already inhabited by millions, and claim to have discovered it. Again, the first sentence in our book, On Selling Truth, says you cannot discover lands already inhabited. You can steal those lands and conquer them, you can colonize them. You can't discover them unless your implicit racial bias tells you the people already living there are not human.
Yeah.
They could see hundreds of indigenous nations coming from the United States, North America, Central and South America, European, Asian, all sorts of indigenous peoples who identified themselves as an indigenous person were coming to that camp. And it was very well then sensed that they had allies. But where were the Christians?
Thank you very much. Powerful stuff in just the 7.5 or so minutes that we viewed. I would highly recommend checking out Calvin and Marissa's film, Are We There Yet? It is 35 or 40 minutes long, so there's plenty more to that. So if you leave here with further questions, take a look. It's fascinating, and you'll see in the film and how it develops what brings all of us together as a panel here. We're talking about inequities, and I challenge you to think about any inequity that doesn't impact health and how those inequities do impact health. But to kick off the conversation, I want to ask Calvin and Marissa a little bit more about yourself and what brought you to make this film. Can you provide us a little background on that?
Sure. We're going to tag team a bit because that's what we do. But again, my name is Marissa Prince. I, with Calvin, am a co-founder of Gospel. Share a bit more about what Gospel is.
Marissa and I met on a political campaign, on a Republican political campaign, which was interesting because neither of us are Republican, but we both identify as Christians, and so it was a guy of faith who felt like he had a vision, and it felt like if we're some kind of family, if he's some kind of sibling, then we wanted to try to help, see if we can make that vision to pass. But yeah, we spent a lot of time in white evangelical spaces. And a lot of our work was doing these kind of creative campaigns, trying to leverage content and spaces to try to challenge fundamental ideas, try to organize folks to try to push at some stuff. But we left those evangelical spaces back in 2020, and we kind of set off on our own. And yeah, what you saw here was one of, I guess, our second big project, but our first big film project where, again, we chronicled this journey from Boston to DC to Standing Rock Reservation in North Dakota to, honestly, we had some questions that needed answering. Like, what was this doctrine of discovery that we're starting to hear about? What was its connection to what we saw happen on Jan 6th? And what was the role of the contemporary Christian church to quite frankly, eradicate like white supremacy and Christian supremacy? And so a lot of our focus for the past few years has been on Christian nationalism.
So how many of you out there, quick show of hands, feel like you know what Christian nationalism is? All right, this is probably America. Yes, few folks and most folks don't. Well, Christian nationalism is the belief that this is a Christian nation, that to be separate from Christian origins and ties is to lose the heart of who we are. And a doctrine that's implicit also, but also explicit sometimes, in Christian nationalism is something called dominionism. And that's the idea that Christians have the right and the responsibility to take dominion over every institution in this country, in the world. Political, cultural, it's on Christians to take it over and take control. And so Christian nationalism and dominionism are very busy, and they have been for generations, but especially now they're very busy when it comes to public health concerns. So, for instance, guns and gun violence. Christians as a whole right now are the #1 gun-owning demo in America. The average gun owner owns 5 guns, and Christians want them. They're stockpiling them in order to keep control, dominionism. Reproductive health, which we've heard about. We all know about this. This is beyond abortion. It's IVF, and it's also just controlling women's bodies. That's what that is. Education. Again, we've all heard about putting the 10 Commandments up. In Oklahoma, every public classroom has to have a Bible, and the teacher, no matter what subject they're teaching, has to teach that Bible, because that's important. And as you saw briefly in the film, also just the control and access to water. Again, something we all need, but Christian nationalism has its stakes in there. We found out when we were on the reservation that actually a bunch of the churches close to Standing Rock refused to actually come. You saw all those cars, all that support coming from around the world. The white churches were not there because it turns out they were going to financially benefit from the oil pipeline that was going in. And so they made their bet. They were stand-in with oil as opposed to people of color. And so, yeah, our work with gospel is about creating content and spaces that allow the church to wrestle with these implicit ideas of Christian supremacy, Christian nationalism, dominionism. We are hopeful that our work across a lot of these public health spaces makes people or emboldens people to push back on their own faith communities, to challenge Christian nationalism and dominionism when they see it. And also to make the personal decision that they don't have to be a part of passing on bad theology from generation to generation. We've seen how this stuff started since the first person set foot here, but it doesn't have to continue with us.
So yeah, goals of our work. A slight variation of a quote from Chairman Fred Hampton. He said that you cannot fight racism with racism. You're going to fight racism with solidarity. In the same spirit, to fight supremacy will take solidarity. So our goal is to build people-centered movements to eradicate not only Christian nationalism, but Christian supremacy. We live in a pluralistic country, and I think we got to learn how to work with some other folks instead of trying to take control. But ultimately, it's to find a way where, again, identifying as Christians, our faith can protect and champion the health, the flourishing, and the freedom of all folks, and like all in caps and underlined in bold. So what that looks like for us right now, we're running 2 campaigns. First is called Lay It Down, where we are trying to, leverage these content spaces, different organizing tactics to try to challenge American Christians as the largest gun-owning demographic in this country to lay down 1 million guns. The second is called We Got Next, where we're trying to create spaces to mobilize next-gen faith leaders to take ownership of the future of where this faith goes and find some real practical ways to eradicate Christian nationalism. And yeah, again, thank you for having us. Thank you for watching the film.
Well, thank you for being here. I think this sort of messaging and this way of messaging is really powerful. To have it wrapped up in a 40-minute film doesn't seem near enough, and so it's great to hear that the work continues. These further campaigns for conflict resolution or resolution of inequity is really inspiring. And before we move on, I wanted to ask a quick question that popped up to me, especially when, Mercy, you mentioned how water was controlled. And in parts of your film, water is used as a weapon, a physical weapon. The control of water is used as a weapon. The control of healthcare resources can be used as a weapon and a way to perpetuate inequity. So I'm wondering if you have any remarks on the use of what we all see typically as a good, water, healthcare, as weapon, and how you've portrayed it in your film, which we saw at least a snippet of that.
Thank you, and very good question. You know, again, I come back to from our faith. What pains me the most, because Christians are coming from this place historically of supremacy, we think it's our right to turn anything into a weapon against people. The things that are meant to nourish, the things that are meant to give hope and peace and fill a need. I mean, just the faith itself, it's necessary for people, but we're going to turn it on people when you don't pray the way I do, when you don't look the way I do, when you don't act the way I do. So I think quite honestly, just being honest, I'm in a sad place for our people. When I say our people, I'm saying Christians, because I know even at points in history, they didn't look like me, at least the folks who were making these rules. But hey, here I am in 2024, and most of us are using the same Bible. So I got to claim that part of my family that still is a little crazy. But there is hope. I felt excited about being here today because so much of what we're dealing with is dark and painful, but like God is present, regardless of what we all feel. There is hope here. There's hope for more, so.
And where there's hope, there's people willing to pursue that hope. And I think we're a room full of those people today. So it's really inspiring to see everyone here. When we think about, as I was just mentioning, conflict resolution and how we can move forward in this sort of work, this brings to mind Dr. McCarty and your work. So can you tell us a little bit about the importance of identifying times when we need to follow the lead of others, or identifying times when we can partner with others, especially like in the film, those indigenous communities, when we're doing this human rights work in the United States?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm relatively new to Massachusetts. I moved out here a couple of years ago, but I think I was invited to sit here partly because of organizing I was doing back home in Tacoma, Washington. About 30 minutes south of Seattle. If you've been out that way, you know the airport's the SeaTac Airport. It's the Seattle-Tacoma Airport. It's kind of the metro area. And several years before the COVID-19 pandemic came along, we were experiencing in my city a real rapid rise in gun violence. In particular, gun violence on the east side. In particular, gun violence on the east side among young men of color. In particular, gun violence on the east side among predominantly Native American, Black, and Southeast Asian young men, roughly about ages 16 to 24. And it was reminiscent of stuff we were experiencing in the 80s and 90s when gang violence was pretty large. And so there was a lot of kind of reporting happening in the city about, is the gang violence back? Is the drug violence back? What's going on? And so I was tapped along with about 50, 60 other people one day to meet with the city government, representative community leaders, to show up and think about, is there something that we can do in response to this? And the initial thought was something like a big rally. We would march down the big street in the city, end up at the Tacoma Dome, the big kind of arena in the city, invite a big famous speaker, and get the front page in the newspaper and raise awareness. And this is something that's happened many, many times in the city. And there was a group of us, about 10 or 12 of us, who were a little skeptical that was going to do anything except waste a lot of money. and get a front page news splash on the local paper. And so we started thinking about alternative ways of building solidarity and power. And what that looked like for us was partnering in particular with the Tacoma Pierce County Health Department and the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on whose land much of the city of Tacoma sits, to launch a community organizing initiative using peacemaking circles, which is a practice that is often found in North American indigenous communities, the form most often practiced taught by Tagish and Tlingit teachers who are traditional lands are the Yukon Territory in Canada and parts of Alaska. And this is a practice as a restorative justice practitioner I've been engaged in for a while. And so we created this, we proposed this, and it was approved by the local city council. And so we got a little bit of public funding shifted from the health department to fund training up local folks in these skills, with the goal that in several neighborhoods around, including the east side, the hilltop, central Tacoma, downtown, and some of the key governmental or public or nonprofit organizations in the city, building up folks who could keep circles as a way of preventing violence, building neighborhood indigenous leadership, being able to respond to violence without necessarily always having to rely upon reaching out to the police. Because in these communities, there was a concern that the presence of police wasn't keeping anybody safer, but was escalating some of the violence. And so we did this work. We launched it. We trained multiple people, including folks who are using circles in New York City to do health in Black and brown communities. As well, we brought in trainers from all over the place, so folks didn't have kind of one school of thought, if you will, but different kinds of people. And we started to have circles in the health department, in the juvenile detention system, in a couple of churches, a couple of nonprofits, and child protective services, as well as in the Salishan housing community on the east side, folks in central Tacoma, a couple of other neighborhoods. And my role was to be the circle keeper for the circle keepers. So these folks were learning new skills. They were often engaging in difficult conversations, and were not always sure how to proceed or how to process what they were experiencing. And so we would have monthly circles where we would kind of be a peer support group, as well as kind of a best practices think tank for one another, to think about how the circles might be used to intercede when we think violence might be escalating. We know so-and-so has beef with so-and-so. How can we make sure this doesn't escalate to gun violence? Or to be able to respond with community care or accountability practices if violence were to happen. And then 2020 came along and public health department shifted their budgets, and it kind of became a grassroots thing. I had a cancer diagnosis at the end of the year and had to step away from that work for a little bit. Though I do know, I just was on the phone recently with folks still out there doing that work, especially in the juvenile detention system and in the Salishan housing community out there. And I tell that story partly to link with the story of standing in solidarity with indigenous communities, but also to name that, and this might be controversial coming from a professor, a theology professor, we often think that social change happens first through changing our thoughts. And I think what we think really matters. I wouldn't be doing the work that I do if I didn't think that. But I do know that it is often the experience of material condition, the experience of lived exclusion, the experience of some kind of disruption of a thought pattern. And for many folks, I can't tell you how many students I have at the School of Theology who are there because 2016 happened. And they don't know how to make sense of a faith community who told them a lot of things growing up about character and sexual morality and being an honest person and etc., who now see those same leaders practicing politics in ways that don't seem resonant for them. And so they're having crises of faith all over the country, right? That's not because they changed their mind about what they believe first, it's because they had an experience that caused them to revisit part of what they think. And I think similarly what we will find in instances of public health, if we're thinking about violence or guns, if we're thinking about health disparities, is that it's oftentimes folks been telling stories. It's that experiential thing. And so I think part of what I want to, just start with as the invitation is to be thinking about who it is we're in relationship, how we're in relationship, and who do we need to be in relationship with so that changes in thinking and practice can change. Because it's through, I think, wrestling seriously with the material conditions that we experience that often drives change as much as, if not more than, kind of abstract thinking, if you will. And I know that that's at least part of what I think I'm hearing and what I've seen from the film and my own experience of organizing. It was a community fed up with big rallies that didn't make anybody safer, who wanted to try something different. And so we tried something different. Yeah, I think I'll stop there and let the conversation continue.
Thank you. Powerful stuff. And one of the things you had mentioned prior was one event that would get some media coverage. Luckily, we have a member of the media here with us. And I want to ask, because you're here and in conversation with us right now, I want to know a little bit more about how the media decides to play a role in coverage of events like that, and what you feel ought to be that role that the media should play in telling these stories and in providing that background of experience that so many people don't have the privilege of understanding. I say privilege only in like the epistemic sense, of understanding what that experience is, to spread that word, to spread the experience. How does the media decide when and how to engage?
I'm so glad you asked. So my job, quite literally, and it's so funny I say job because I identify as Afro-Latina, I'm a woman, so I often joke whenever I go into an interview, like, look, you get 3 boxes with me. But it is not only just because of my lived and my personal experiences that I feel like these stories, these conversations need to be amplified, but it is quite literally my job. I know a lot of people walk into a room and they go, I don't need to be the representative for the Black and brown community. In this case, quite literally, I do. And so when I say my role is to amplify these conversations and make decisions about what gets coverage, I want to help people understand I am sort of one small cog on a wheel, but I do like to believe that my voice and my experience, my education brings a lot of, is an asset essentially to news coverage. So something like this needs to be on the news. The fact that there is a room full of people who have a shared desire or a love or a fed upness, you know what I mean, to really change the landscape of racial equity, health equity, this needs to be on tomorrow's newscast. It will be in a small form. Quite literally the only reason we don't have a camera here is because we have a skeleton crew on the weekend and our photographer has COVID. But what I mean by that is, that's why I'm here. When people refer to us as the media, I get it. That's how we're seen, whether it's the broad scope, the national networks, NBC, ABC, Fox, CNN, or NBC 10 or WCVB. But now you guys know the media. You know Lauren Melendez. I think my role is making sure that I'm a bridge. So when people send me story ideas, it doesn't just get forwarded to the desk. So Prospera Institute's symposium today shouldn't just be I'm going to funnel this. It's me physically walking over to the people that do make decisions that are above my pay grade and saying, this is why this is important. We have this thing called a target DMA in news, and I roll my eyes because every news station, no matter what channel you watch, has a target DMA. And at different points of the day, it may be middle-aged white women with kids, it may be teenagers, it may be elderly people, parents or our generations who traditionally do still sit down and watch a 30-minute newscast, which really is nobody anymore. But I don't believe that we should be fitting news to target one type of person. So I come in every day and I'm given this newscast and we have to tell you about the fires, we have to tell you about the shootings and the stabbings because literally if people are not caught and there's somebody out there being violent, we have to protect you. But it is also my role and it's my job to explain to my news director and my producers and my reporter colleagues why this water main break disproportionately affects Black and brown communities, why when the T for the umpteenth time is not running on time, you know what I mean, that affects people that look like you and I. And so I think of my role on a very granular level, not only in what gets covered, but how things are covered. It's a very tiny ick of mine, and it's just personal, but you'll never hear me say, like, the Black community. And it's not wrong, you'll always hear me say Black and Latino communities, communities of color. You know, we're just not a monolith, and I know you've heard that before. But when you sit in my chair and you repeat things over and over, and you send that to thousands of people in their homes every day by way of television, you know, ideologies and stereotypes and all of that starts to stick. And so to get back to your question of what gets covered, I have to go into the meetings where we discuss what happens in the morning or what happens in the evening or what gets covered on your evening newscast and say, okay, guys, yeah, we've got to talk about Hezbollah. Of course, we've got to tell you about the war overseas. We've got to give you international coverage. We also have to talk about this event that impacts people of color. We also have to not just do the cookie cutter events that affect our target demographic. We have to go deeper. We have to ask questions about who is disproportionately affected, and not just the bad stuff. We have to talk about the good things, the documentaries and the advocacy and the work that's being done so that people don't just see Dorchester, Mattapan, Roxbury as the place where shootings happen, so that people don't just see Newton and Dedham and Hingham as the place where you can go to get your, you know, holiday shopping done. No, patronize Black businesses, come into our communities, meet us, talk to us, and recognize that we all come in different shapes and sizes, and I don't want to go off on a tangent, but in terms of coverage, the reason I'm sitting here quite literally is because I think once I take this knowledge and I meet people and I have conversations and people give me their business card and I learn about programs and resources and events that I didn't even know about. So I'm like, if I'm a Black and brown woman and I didn't know about it, I can't imagine a lot of other people, they may not know about it too. And so then it's on me inherently to pass that on and make it newsworthy, so to speak.
Thank you. I think you touched on something that I think is very important. Right now, we're sitting here at this symposium titled Uprooting Latino Mistrust in the United States Healthcare System. What else has experienced a ton of mistrust over the past several years? The media. So I mean, we're thinking about conflict resolution, how to bridge these gaps in people who are consuming media and consuming healthcare and not getting the what they expect out of it and the resulting mistrust that happens there. So how do we? I'm gonna ask each of you this question. How do we mend these systems that propagate mistrust? We're talking here in this panel about overcoming systemic barriers that result in things like mistrust and inequity. So in each of your own disciplines, how do you think we go about doing that?
I mean, I'll go back to what I said too about just building relationships. Also, to me, this is a reciprocal role. So while it is on news media and journalists to make sure that they're getting the story right, I do encourage people who are consuming news or who may have had a bad experience with news not to sort of take that broad lens and apply it to everybody. We're not all the same. We all come from different backgrounds. The information and the shared experience and things that I bring to the table are not the same as my white colleagues, are not the same as my male colleagues, are not the same as my disabled colleagues. And so it's very easy, like when you go to a restaurant and you have one bad experience, you're gonna go tell all your friends that server was so bad, but you're not gonna tell them about the other 5 times you had a great experience. And so you may turn on NBC 10 Boston and you may see a story and you're like, oh, they got it wrong, or they didn't say this, or I told them that. Please message me, like Facebook me. This is what I mean when I say like a granular level, because if we don't change it on the web story, if we don't make mention of it in the next time it airs, we can't get it right. So I don't want you to go into your spaces and just complain, but hold us accountable and hold me accountable. Stories like your documentary and your advocacy, I mean, that should be just, we call it the A block, so it's like the first 9 minutes of news that you watch. That should be in the A block. Unfortunately, a lot of really good information is eclipsed by violence, and it's eclipsed by things that, you know, perpetuate these stereotypes, like the news is always so bad. But what I say again about trying my best to find the good in situations and cherry pick stories, reports, and resources to share, that's a lot of what our roles are. And then there's just technicalities too. Like, we just can't put everything in 30 minutes. But if you communicate with me or our team, Joe will call me and she'll be like, Lauren, I got this idea, and we'll talk about it. We will literally figure out, okay, how can we present this? Where does this fit? Does it belong in a newscast, or is this an entertainment piece? I mean, I think very literally about every single thing. How is it going to be presented to best fit the community or serve the community. So I just want to go back to just saying, when it comes to building relationships and building bridges, it is a two-way street. And so I don't want people to just look at news as this, we just sit up in these rooms and we're like, we're just gonna lie to folks today. That is not what we do. It's not what I do. And now you can officially say you know someone in the media and you can say, I'm giving my story idea to her and I'm gonna make sure I follow up with her. I've got her cell phone number, I've got her Instagram, I've got her email, whatever. And I'm gonna make sure that this great idea that I have does not die in an email draft.
I really appreciate the emphasis on humanization, right? Like it's a face, it's a name, it's a personality, it's a person, it's a relationship that you know. So I think that's really important that we move from abstract to human. There's two things I think I would say in direct response to the question. The first around conflict, I think, you know, folks here, I run a religion and conflict transformation program, and they think that what I do is I sit around and like do interfaith dialogues all day or do mediation, and I teach that stuff. But part of the field of conflict transformation tries to make sense of, you know, ways conflicts can move from being destructive to transformative. Sometimes it requires de-escalation, and sometimes it actually requires escalation, right? This is the thing that's often thrown at oppressed and marginalized communities is you're disrupting the status quo, you're causing trouble, you're not being patient enough. We've heard that kind of rhetoric so often. It's when folks are escalating conflict so that folks will see that there's actually a conflict, right? Because sometimes we think it's just the surface level stuff, but it's actually the structural stuff that is the conflict, and we can't see that unless it's in our face a little bit. So sometimes we have to escalate to be able to transform. So the activists in the room, keep activizing, right? Like that's good work to do. Sometimes we think that's the only tool that we have, and then we don't get access to certain rooms. We might not be thinking as strategically as we always need to, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not the only tool we should have, but it's not one that should be abandoned. And the second thing I think I would say, and I think Prospera Institute is a good example of this, the work we were trying to do is a good example of this. There was a statement made earlier, it's a common thing you'll often hear, it's like the systems are producing the outcomes they're designed to produce, right? So sometimes you need to work within or alongside of systems to help them move along. Sometimes you need to build a new thing so that there's, one, more options, and two, the kind of pressure that can escalate and force dominant institutions to change, right? So the conversations that are happening here because they haven't been happening elsewhere. So you got to build a new thing so that the thing can happen, right? I think about the work that Morehouse is doing and launching these satellite campuses. Like that's fascinating to me. I want to hear more about that. When we think about the ways in which the communities I was partnering with would think about dominant systems, especially policing and judicial systems failing them, they said, we're going to build a new thing, a new way to try to keep us safe, because this thing ain't keeping us safe. So sometimes the work is building the new thing, sometimes it's resisting the dominant thing, and sometimes it's in that middle reforming, right? So if it was my politics in that space, we probably wouldn't have partnered with the juvenile detention system. But it was the community's politics in that space, and they wanted to partner with the system, and so we did. So we were building something outside that was different. At the same time, we were working with folks within. And I don't think it's always an either or on that, but I just want to name that sometimes it's build the own, right? What's his name? James Earl Jones just passed away. If you build it, they're going to come to you, right? And so folks are going to come to Prospera, folks are going to come to Morehouse, folks are going to come to a community circle because they want something different than what they've experienced. And so you can do both of those things, I think, at the same time is what I would say. That's what y'all are doing. Y'all are trying to build a different conversation than the ones you inherited, right?
Thank you so much, Dr. McCartney. You're going to get me to sign up for your class. To me, it probably sounds basic, but it's so necessary to me. There's no repair without truth-telling. And Mark, who was in the film, who you saw briefly, one of his lines that he said later in our film that has stuck with me for the last 4 years, or actually, no, 2 years, right? That was 2 years ago, was that one of the things that the Western Church does not do is train people to tell the truth. And, you know, what can you even say to that? It's true. Our history, collective harms, again, the stuff in 2024, the ideas that we're holding on to about how, like, you know, I mean, again, some people, you know, are like, well, the 10 Commandments in a classroom. I mean, what's wrong with putting good things up for kids? Well, okay. But, like, let's just tell the truth. I mean, you know that that's not just a poster on a wall that's like a good thing for a kid. That's you pushing your agenda, you pushing your doctrine, you indoctrinating young kids. And I'm not saying Christianity is a bad thing, I'm a Christian. But in a pluralist society, you're gonna get upset at the Satanists who want their poster up there, but you're gonna insist that your poster stay there? Come on. So yeah, no, truth telling. Because if I don't tell you the truth, you shouldn't believe me. You know?
I've been on some kind of oneness kick for the last few years. And quite frankly, I think I'm still on a journey of trying to figure out what that actually means. But I would say where I've landed, at least now, is that I've used this word earlier, oneness is solidarity. It is. A vibrant prayer life is a beautiful thing. If you identify as Christian, hands down, for sure. Our thoughts and prayers are not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough to settle for just the narrative of like just trying to save souls. Like, enough talking. I think the truth is that dialogue is a beautiful thing as well, but there is a safety there. You can engage in a conversation, and then, frankly, you can check out. You get to go home. Nothing really has to change. I think we have to reimagine what this oneness thing means, and I think that will inevitably lead to some form of action. I think whatever mending that we're envisioning, I don't see a way getting there without that.
Thank you all for those really thoughtful answers. I would like to point out just a few things that I took from this: solidarity, unity, partnerships, action, action, action. You are all here. You've already taken a first step at the very least. One of the fantastic things about this symposium is this isn't the end of the panel. This is the beginning of this panel. This is the beginning of these conversations. It's up to all of you to continue the conversations, to find the partnerships across the table, in this room. There are so many. Let's take that action together and move forward. So do we have time for questions? Yeah. Okay, any questions for the panelists? Yeah.
More of a statement and to say thank you, well, to all of you, but Marissa, thanks for speaking up to those so-called, I think, hypo-Christians. But also thanks for taking a stand against those who are pushing for the 10 Commandments, because many times, I would say 99.9% of those people are the worst offenders of the 10 Commandments. So thanks for speaking up.
Hi, everyone. Audrey Stephanie again. Yeah, this was such a speechless. And I think Marissa and I, we briefly touched the surface of that during our lunch. But I just wanted to know, where can we find you? Like, either gospel or, I mean, I don't live in Boston anymore, so unfortunately probably won't get NBC 10. But you're right, streaming is free, technically. But yeah. Yeah, where can we find you? How can we interact with your platforms? Because I think this was such a rich conversation that I don't want it to be the end, like you mentioned. I think this is a really big thing that I can take back to medical school, because I'm sure there are people who are wrestling with some of these things, and they don't really have that space in healthcare to really sit with them.
So I'm glad you asked that question, because HEFA is meant to get us thinking. And in ethics, we do like ethics rounds, but we're putting our own spin to it, centering storytelling. So we're gonna be piloting an Areitos Cafe. Areitos means storytelling in Taino Arawak. So we're gonna bring in some of these leaders again to have a more intimate conversation with healthcare leaders and ethicists, because you guys aren't the only ones that feel like we need to have these conversations. That's why we started Latinx Bioethics, because we were sitting in classrooms where clinical cases were not accurately talking about the systemic racism that happens and the systems and ideologies that bring us to the state that we're here. So you guys should be seeing that in a newsletter, and if they give me permission, I can give you their emails.
Thank you, Joanne. And yeah, back to the question of how we can support your campaign.
Thank you. And by the way, it was great talking to you over lunch, and I will continue talking to you after I get off this panel. But so you can always find us, our website, wearegospel.world. There'll be a bunch of stuff coming up. We got a busy year this year, some things dropping. So yeah, follow us there. Socials, there'll be stuff coming on socials too, but it'll first hit like website. Supporting the other campaigns, any other way? No?
Yeah, I don't know. Just keep an eye out, keep an ear out. When the call comes, I think, yeah, please show, come through.
I don't know. You had something?
Just Google me. Get on my IG. That's probably the easiest. I've got a website. I'm not really out in the influencer spaces, social media spaces like that. But if you stay connected to Prospera, if you stay connected to the work these folks are doing, follow me on there. I got a book coming out, The Business of Incarceration. So looking at the ethics of neoliberalism and the prison industrial complex, if those things are interesting to you, scoop that up and invite me to talk to your people about it. And you can find out when it comes out on IG.
Anything coming up for you?
Work tomorrow, bright and early, anchoring. If you'd like to reach me or you have an idea or a complaint, I'm not kidding, you can reach out to me on Instagram. All of my social medias are at L Melendez News. My email is lauren.melendez@NBCUNI. If you forget it or you don't write it down, you can always just Google NBC 10 Boston and then go to like the Meet the Team and find me. But I really, really would love to continue these conversations. I got a lot of great story ideas. I met a lot of incredible people last year, and I was really fortunate to be able to put their stories on the news and share things, good and bad, that really needed to be out there. And so this is the moment when that happens. So.
Well, thank you all for being here, for sharing your thoughts, your perspectives, and thank you for the work. Thank you for your work, and thank you everyone for sharing this space with us.
So I mentioned earlier that this is the 5th year of Latinx Bioethics, and Casey, as my partner in crime, I have something for you. You have been a piece of this puzzle, a silent mover and shaker. For 5 years, I didn't think we were gonna, I thought we were just gonna be at the Center for Bioethics and then go and live our lives, but Casey has been someone that, he's a brother to me. He's someone that I text when I'm like, hey, I need to do X, Y, and Z. How do we do this? He's a thought leader, and to honor you, I wanted to give you the first proud Latino ethicist puzzle piece, because that's who you are. So Casey, I love you so much, hermano, and thank you for showing up the way that you do.
Thank you, Joanne. So proud of you. So impressed with everything you always do. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you all very much. I always am in touch with Channel 5 cast too. So I'm like, Harvey, when is the foliage coming? And we get responses back. So I agree with you that not to clump media all in one, just clump. But this was so insightful. Thank you all very much. Casey, nice to see you again as well. And so we're moving on because we're at the end of the day, and I told you that that big old sun is waiting for us, but we're still in the space and in the moment right now. So as we move into this special part of the day, the Community Award Ceremony, this is our opportunity to celebrate the remarkable individuals and organizations, as Joanne kicked that off with Casey, that have made outstanding contributions. You all are welcome to go and return. Thank you all again. Outstanding contributions to the fight for health equity and community empowerment. And we've seen and felt the spirit of that a lot today. So to lead this segment, I'd like to introduce our board chairperson, Kathleen McGrain, and Lily Marcelin, Executive Director of the Resilient Sisterhood Project, who will present the awards. I will say this has been beyond a pleasure for me to serve as your MC today. I really enjoyed the engagement. I hope you all have a wonderful day today. And I acquiesce the floor over to Katie and Lily.
So once again, I want to thank all of you for being here today and sitting in this space and sitting in this light and bringing light to many of the topics that were discussed today. So I thank you, and I thank you again for just being part of me. I've known Joanne for a very long time. We have a very long history, and I'm very proud of her and the work that she does and her drive and her commitment. And so seeing people in work with her and in celebration with her is really special to me as someone who has a very long history with her. So I know that she's given a lot of thought to today's honorees. She does not give awards and accolades out lightly. So she's very intentional in everything that she does. And so I'm excited to be able to celebrate our awardees today, and I'm going to pass this off. And I also want to thank you for all of your support of Joanne and Prospera Institute. You're a fabulous partner. Your team, your entire team, is a wonderful partner, and we're blessed as an organization to have you as a partner.
Well,
so
the
thank
feeling
you.
is mutual. Thanks. Thank you. So is everyone first? Who's the first person that we're calling? I don't have a list. Who's our first awardee? All right. Okay, I am delighted to call here on our makeshift stage Emily to receive our award. So Emily and Nesta. Emily, I often tell people that, like, I'm a hopeful person. Very optimistic. I pray, but I pray to Mother Moon and Mother Earth, so that's different. But all of those things, like praying, feeling hopeful, perseverance, these are really, really great disciplines for anybody to have. However, having such a great discipline, if it is not accompanied by like really hard work and serious action, they will just remain disciplines. It's okay, but we want to, I think of disciplines as mostly as an equation. And so we really thank you. So you are a perfect example of like really putting disciplines, hope, action, optimism, hard work into serious action. Really, without the years and years and, oh my gosh, and hours that you spent, to make that bill come through, it just would not have happened. I am in awe of you. I am grateful for you. I'm grateful for the partnership that we have for RSP. I am grateful that you understand the importance of midwifery in the lives of birthing parents or people here in this country, but all over the world. So we are really, really happy to offer you this award. So you're so well deserved. Love you, my friend.
Thank you, And so I would like to just read this to you as we present this to you. So the Bay State Birth Coalition, in recognition of your advocacy for health prosperity, you are receiving the Rodriguez Trias We Need Health Prosperity Award for this 2024. So congratulations. Right. Congratulations very much for this. All right. Don't go away just yet, Lily. We have 2 more to go. All right, so next up is the Cultural Keeper Award. And this is a really important special award that is, well, again, I have a very special place in my heart for East Boston and East D. It's actually where I met Joanne when I opened a youth center in 1999. And so once I went to East Boston, I used to say to myself, nobody knows how fabulous this community is. Everybody either drives by it or through it or over it on the way to the airport. No one ever sits inside of East D. And for those of us who sit inside of East D, we know that the beauty and the culture that exists in there. So so we would like to honor the East Boston Community Healing Center project with the Cultural Keeper Award. Come on over. Are you? Easty.
So, you want to say that?
Yeah, and then we'll do the family band. So the East D Healing Center has a very special place in my heart. Last year, 2 years ago now, I was terminated from my job at City Hall for doing disruption work, and I went to the Healing Center. I mean, Nancy and I how long have we known each other now? Almost 4 years. And Nancy actually was telling me about the Healing Center idea when she first was kind of like, I don't know what to do with this, I want to birth it. So I connected her with a healing center in Oakland with someone I did organizing with during the pandemic for some stuff that was happening in Colombia. And then she took it and she ran with it. So now I have the privilege of consulting with them to help them get their 501c3 status and helping them put together their first-year strategic plan. This award does not do justice what you guys are doing in East Boston. There is so much trauma, there is so much work to do, and we need more people, we need more healers in our community. Healers that look like us, that talk like us, that know the struggles that we go through. So Nancy and team, thank you so much for everything that you do for East D. Okay, I'll do it. All right. And now I have the honor to give the next award to the family van. My Ray, come up here. Yeah. So we are giving the family van the Isasi Diaz en la Lucha Award. And Ada Maria Isasi Diaz is the founder of Mujerista Theology, which is a womanist theology in Spanish. I won't go into details of her whole theology. It's work of the soul. And I did work of the soul with the family van for 2 years. I started as a volunteer, kind of like what I did at the daycare. I would pop in and I wanted to volunteer. And then eventually Ray gave me a job.
And we went to each neighborhood and brought healthcare resources to Dorchester, Roxbury, Mattapan, and Ray Ray was my supervisor, and she prayed over me every single day. And I couldn't think of a better organization to give this award to, because you guys are truly doing God's work in community. And I love you, and I love the family van, and you guys deserve this award. I love you. And I will name that if it weren't for you, the van will not be the van. She is the light on the van.
You want to give closing remarks?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I thought I wasn't gonna ugly cry, so. Because last year they caught me. These people right here caught me last year with a basket, and I wasn't expecting it. But, you know, I hope that everyone was nourished today, not only by the food, but also by the conversations that were here. I spent a lot of time making sure that each and every person on this panel had something to share that you guys can go back and feel touched and feel moved to action. And that's the reason why we created this space, because there was a lot of theoretical conversation, and sometimes theory is not enough for us. We have problems of today, and we need solutions of today. And I hope that you guys continue to engage with our programs. We have more things coming. We're slowly scaling. We look like a big operation, but we're very tiny in a big ecosystem. So don't only connect with us, but connect with each person that you saw here today. If there was a particular panel that moved you, email me, and I can gladly connect you with folks, because that's the point of this space, not to just connect with the organization, but connect with the people on the ground that are doing the work of what we call bioethics on the margins. So thank you for giving us your Saturday. If you are willing and able, any dollar amount is good with us, $1, $5, a one time. Scan the QR code and tell people about this space as well. We know that there's a lot of people that are looking for hope, and that's what we want to bring into the community. So have a good afternoon and go enjoy your Saturday. Bye.